my hotspot isn't cutting it.
You all may have heard the tail end of us preparing, but welcome to our latest session of Rhapsody. This is session 9, another part of our Rising Tides arc that we are currently in. Thank you all for joining us, whether it is live on Twitch right now or in the future on YouTube. All of you are just as important as any of the other ones, so we thank you, of course, for joining us. Just some stuff to get out of the way before we really get into it. Rhapsody is a mature game. The setting is mature. There will be some language and some scenarios that are mature. Just be aware for the audience's sake. I'm not asking the players to censor anything. We just want to keep this as fun and light as possible, and that means essentially not censoring anybody, what they're doing, what they're thinking, anything like that. Our sponsors bringing us all of the action on Twitch and on YouTube are inkedgaming.com. Play your games with your style. You can use code TRS12 to get 12% off your final purchase of playmats, mouse pads, battle maps for Dungeons & Dragons, and full gaming crates to carry all of your gaming needs, custom art on anything and everything you desire. Plus, your friendly neighborhood DM, the Manted Man, is one of the featured models for some of the hoodies and stuff. So check it out. Let me know what you think. And again, use that code TRS12 to get 12% off your final purchase. TRS is, of course, Team Rankstar, which hosts our videos on YouTube and some articles from time to time on teamrankstar.com. You can always check them out in any of social media, Facebook, Twitter, on the internet, on Reddit, anything like that. Just head on over to teamrankstar.com to get all of your card gaming and traditional gaming news. And finally, our intro, midline, and exit music is brought to you by taketones.com. We use mixes and music from Max Tunes. You can go to taketones.com to get your free music to use in Twitch, YouTube, or anything else that you would like. All you have to do is these couple of shout outs. They are fantastic. You heard the quality. Just let it speak for itself. Final sponsor is Wizards of the Coast and Roll20. We're not sponsored by them, but we are held up by their products. Wizards of the Coast obviously producing Dungeons & Dragons for the last 3 or 4 decades now, bringing us all together. Roll20.net, allowing us to do that from across the country, across the continent, across the world. It is a blast to play with your friends online. You can get your free account at roll20.net and start today. Now that all that's out of the way, let's say hi to everybody. It looks like almost everybody is here, but we're going to go ahead and get rolling. Allie, talking to you first. How you doing? How's everything going?
Well, I've had the busiest 3 weeks of my life, taking care of property and trying to get power set up and everything like that. So it's been a lot, and I'm really happy to be taking a break.
That's right. It's D&D time, so you can leave all your real-world woes and stresses behind. So super glad you could come and hang out with us. I know it's been a couple of weeks. We'll talk about that in a minute. Dylan, how are you doing, my friend? You went to a very fancy race last week, I think.
Oh, yes. I did go to the Kentucky Derby last week. First one ever, so it seems to be a good one to be the first one at, considering it was the first one where they disqualified a winner. Yeah, it was fun. It was a lot of people in very ridiculous get-ups.
Yeah, there's a lot of jokes about the attire choices at the Kentucky Derby. We'll let you all just dig on YouTube or wherever and find those. But it sounds like it's a lot of fun. If you're, listeners and viewers, if you're not a part of the Discord, Dylan shared a couple of pictures here and there of his time at the Kentucky Derby. More than welcome to come and join us. You can use the Twitch command !D&D to get access to that Discord. And if you're on YouTube, it's in the description below. Emily, how are you doing? It has been a productive week for 2 of our other players. How about yours?
A lot of doctor's appointments, but for good reasons, so it's okay.
Spectacular news. Graham, getting those back scratches before the game started. Lost track of time. How is everything else treating you?
Everything's good. We had a wonderful baby doctor appointment today. My baby is 2.5 pounds, which is the 45th percentile. That's beautiful. And then we got a guardian angel because we got on the highway. I saw a Beamer also getting on the highway further down, not paying attention. Thankfully, I always follow the 3 car length rule. But I watched this dude do a full 360, smash into the guardrail, spraying his whole front end of his vehicle all across the 3 lanes, and I immediately put on my flasher and started honking my horn so that I didn't get rear-ended, and we did not. So, thanks for that. On a personal note, I will just like to say a good friend of mine passed away this week. He was the one who introduced me to Dungeons and Dragons, so just want to say rest in peace, Adam.
Yep, rest in peace indeed. While no one else in this group that I'm aware of knew Adam directly, we've all heard plenty of stories. So a footnote to tonight's session. We'll do it again at the end just to make sure. But we like to remember people out loud. No one's ever really gone unless they're completely forgotten. So immortalized on the internet until the end of time. Adam, this one goes out to you. May you bless Graham's dice just a little bit more than they normally are for tonight's session.
Or curse him, my friend. Curse him.
Yeah, there you go. Do whatever you think is necessary. But it sounds like Graham already used up all of his good perception and dexterity saves in that BMW encounter earlier in the week. So
I think so.
Not last, and certainly not least, is Tim in the frigid, cold north. Tim, how you doing, my friend?
I'm wet. It's very wet up here.
Ah, that's right. You have transitioned from ice and snow just to rain and stuff, huh?
Well, I like to call it wet ice.
That's great. Well, we're glad that you could make it, that you're not too frozen, too wet, too any of those problems to sit down and join us. Jeff, the player for the Doctor, is not here yet. Ran into some traffic or something on the way home. He'll be here shortly. We'll maybe get some catch up with him. Maybe not. Who knows? But everybody else is here. We'll be able to get started pretty quickly. We did take last week off. We had some intra-party conflicts and technical difficulties and all kinds of just mess. So if you tried to tune in last week, you didn't miss anything because it didn't happen. But a little recap from the week before, from session 8. Party was traveling through the streets of New York and kicked off the session with an attack from some giant scaled dogs. The party chose to flee rather than fight. A little bit of distraction, decided they were outmatched and ran for it. Worked out very well, actually, for them. They ended up in an abandoned warehouse on the 2nd floor, kind of battened down the hatches, got a short rest, and then they headed towards the police station on the Lower East Side of Manhattan Island. They found themselves a large group of Ashers around the burned-out police station, one of which was holding a squad automatic weapon, a very large machine gun, so they decided not to engage. They headed toward the safe house, and on their way, they came across 2 shambling bodies, what they assumed to be probably Kaelists or undead. They were dragging a living man. They followed for a while, but they had to leave before the night came. Right as they were leaving, the man was attacked and consumed by the 2 shamblers. They finally arrived at the safe house. They met Eddie, who was very talkative, and Rodrigo, the silent brute. They battened down, made their trades, and if you've been following along in Discord, there's been some role play about getting information and doing a little bit of work as the day comes to a close and moves into the 6th day, which is where we're going to start session 9. We'll recap a little bit of the RP that they have done, just the discussions that they've had, the shape-shifting into a spider by Minerva, and then the blacksmithing work that Hannah, Darian, and Minerva have kind of been looking over and working on for the rest of the night. So that is where I think we will pick up, just as that is coming to a close and the long rest is ending for the rest of the players a couple hours before sunup.
Just as a heads up, Matt, Darian went to sleep. It was only Minerva and...
Oh, thank you. That is while it's not super relevant yet, it is good that you are already getting in the point of making sure that I know that. So thank you. So Darian went to sleep. It was just Minerva and Hannah doing some blacksmithing or just smithing in general work. You guys can do a little bit of RP before you go and maybe wake up everybody else if you would like.
This is about when I normally wake up anyway, so it wasn't too much of a big deal.
I appreciate the help, Bobby. I'm glad I was able to get the shield done as well as this for them.
What is it you were exactly making for them? Looks like screws?
They're pins for this device that lets them stop the door from opening. It makes the door more secure for them.
Very useful.
And while the two of you are talking, the Eddie and Rodrigo, they're just kind of meandering about, starting to pack things up. So their day, your day, which is essentially starting, their shift is getting ready to end. So they're starting to pack up. Rodrigo's putting his magazine away, and Eddie is counting shotgun shells and making sure that he's got his knife in the right place. They're just doing like standard kind of checks and things like that because they know the door is about to open soon as well.
Eddie.
Yeah, mommy, what's up?
This work for you? And she hands over the pin.
So Eddie grabs, Eddie holds his hand out and cotter pens fall into his hand, and he looks them over and leans down. Rodrigo comes over as well and disengages the safety. And because this thing is a pneumatic shaft, essentially, the moment that it is disengaged, the pillar, the inside section, goes out relatively quickly. It's 2.5 feet long, probably. It comes out pretty quickly, and then it kind of clunks on the floor. Rodrigo picks it back up and holds it in place. Eddie puts a couple of the pins in to secure it onto the pump shaft, and then they force it back down and re-engage the safety. Letting it go again, the shaft and the base come out, but it stops toward the end. The cotter pins holding very well, and Rodrigo kind of moves it around. Eddie stands up, hands on the hips, wipes his wipes a little bit of sweat off of his forehead and all that, and gives you a thumbs up. Hey, that's pretty sweet, mommy. We've been waiting for this for a long time. This will make things so much easier.
Glad to hear it. Wouldn't want both of you getting killed from fucking Ashers, now would I? Also good to have a good relationship with someone down this way, so I might see you again if we're coming down this.
Yeah, we're done here for a little while. We're gonna trade out. We'll be back in a couple days. I don't know how long you're all gonna be out here, but the moment high sun comes, it's a shift change, baby. I'm sure you'll be gone by then, well before, since you're asking for this door to be open so damn early.
Yes. Do tell your friends about us, considering we that will help them as well. I'd like at least others to recognize our name, recognize who we are if we come by and you're not here.
Oh yeah, absolutely. Hey, hold on one second. We can actually make this little sweeter. If you plan on being in the area again a bunch, you're gonna be coming by this place. We can actually add a little object permanence, if you know what I mean.
What do you have in mind?
He nods over to Rodrigo, who goes through his ruck, flipping through things. He pulls out like an empty can of beans, some other odds and ends, a piece of chain. And you see him pull up this like black case. It's, a foot by 8 inches by 8 inches. Not that big. But it's obviously a protective case of some kind. He unzips around the top, pulls it back, and he pulls out what looks to be a Polaroid camera from probably the 80s, maybe the 90s. It's very dirty and faded, and he flips it open, and you hear just the faint sound in the background of the flash charging up. And Rodrigo gives kind of a nod, and Eddie looks over. You know what this is? Not a lot of people do.
I haven't seen one of those in a very long time. It's working.
Yeah, it takes and he looks at Rodrigo and he holds up a 3. Takes AAA batteries, hard to find. We don't use it very often, but it helps to relay some information instead of just writing things down. Rodrigo and I, we're not that good with a pencil or anything. So, found it in a museum, actually. Some technology exhibit thing. Right after the falling happened, we figured it would be useful, but don't have a lot left. We take a picture of a couple of your party members, just kind of jammed together. Good for recognition.
Indeed. I think all of us would be very appreciative of that.
Well, I say before you all get out of here, once you make sure the rest of your group, before the rest of your group, is ready to leave, maybe make sure they're presentable. These things, they last forever, technically, so you do what you gotta do.
Of course. I'm going to go wake up the rest of them. And Hannah moves into the other room.
As you slowly push open the door here, as you're hitting Darian with the door and you let out a little bit of gas.
What is... And she peeks in. Fucking Darian, why you... Darian, wake up! And nudges you with the door a little. We're getting up to go. You have to... Get up.
All right, Miss Hannah. And he just kind of gets up and he's slowly putting things in his bag that aren't even there. Oh, that sounds good, Miss Hannah.
I think I'll wait to give you this until you're awake. And she moves in. She goes, she'll go to the professor and nudge him. Professor, we're leaving. Wake up.
Leaving so soon?
If we want to catch Remy, yes.
5 more minutes. Just 5 more minutes.
I'll be back for you. And she'll go to everyone else in turn. Anyone that Bubby doesn't get to.
I would wake up, I guess, the doctor who isn't here, and then Alex. She'll gently try to shake his shoulder.
There's flatbreads. Was there flatbreads? Oh man. Oh, I was fucking dreaming.
I can check my pack, child, but I don't quite think I have it.
Huge flatbreads. They were just fucking everywhere. Oh, that was a good dream. What time is it?
Early. Well, about when I normally wake up in the morning. We're heading out before the sun comes out.
Oh. Okay. And he'll get up very slowly.
Once Darian seems decently awake, I'm not sure how long that would take, but if he does within the next minute or two.
Probably takes a good 5 minutes.
Okay. At the end of those 5 minutes, unless someone had something in particular, as everyone's waking. Okay, assuming no. Darian, you awake yet? You're not making much sense there.
Yep, I'm up, Miss Hannah. How can I help you? I just gotta stretch this out.
Here, the promise I made yesterday. I am sorry. And she hands you a shield.
Darian is very much more awake looking now. He's like, oh my god. You were just playing with me. You had it the whole time, didn't you? You just were getting a ruse out of me yesterday, and this is a great big surprise. I love it. Yeah, thank you. And I just grab Hannah up and just pick her up real high in the air, just giving her a big tight squeeze.
Oh, God. What?
You had me, Miss Hannah. You had me.
Put me down.
Oh, yep, sorry.
You're a bear of a man. You are welcome. Put it to good use today. On a totally unrelated note, for Darian's sake, Addix, your armor will be a little less durable than it was before.
Alright.
Should still provide decent protection, though.
Sweet.
Also quieter now.
Oh, that's good.
So just to recap that. So one of the things that Hannah did during the RP downtime was made some cotter pins to trade, which you lot wouldn't really know anything about except for Darian. The rest of you were asleep. And then pulled the scales off of the ad hoc armor that he had given Alex and made that into like a small buckler shield. So Alex's armor is now leather, but it is just regular leather armor. It's not ad hoc or anything like that.
At long rest, we regain half hit dice, rounded up.
Half hit dice rounded up, yes.
All right.
I'm going to study my notebook really quick and make my portent rolls.
Absolutely, yeah. Anybody let the doctor is kind of sitting, wow, 20 and 19.
Ooh.
The doctor has like called himself off to the side and he's like checking himself and just kind of keeping to himself, and he's scratching some stuff down in his notebook, but not socializing currently. Emily,
Yes.
what's your morning stuff, your prep work for the day, spells and what have you?
I'm gonna swap out Goodberry for Cure Wounds. And I think I'm going to swap out Gust of Wind for Heat Metal. Hello? So that gives me Entangle, Cure Wounds, Speak with Animals, and then Heat Metal, Pass Without Trace, and Spike Growth.
Fantastic. Jeff, you are just in time. We let the viewers know that you were running a little behind. Not a huge deal, but everything good with you this week?
No. I just spent 3 hours at a car dealership for them to give me absurd numbers that were nowhere even near.
Yeah, doing what they do best. But I hope everything works out for you. We were going over what had happened last session. The party has just been woken up by Minerva and Hannah. You were woken up by Minerva. The doctor was woken up by Minerva, and he has kind of called himself off in the corner. He's checking himself and scribbling some things down in his notebook. Everybody's just prepping for the day. That was literally what Emily was just telling us, Minerva, changing out spells and stuff.
Sounds good.
So we have Minerva's spell changes and day starting. Professor November got the portents. Do you have any spells to switch around, or?
Nope, I'm keeping everything as it is. I am going to look around, and I'm going to try to sneakily pop a very happy pill, the bright yellow very happy pill.
Bright yellow very happy pill. Go ahead and give me a stealth check. This will be against passive perceptions, unless anybody has a logical reason why they would be watching other party members. Well, doesn't matter. I think everybody beats that with their passive of 10 or greater. So the pill bottle. How are you not stealthy about this, Professor? Why don't you break it down for us? What
Okay.
happens?
So he's writing in his notebook. He looks very intent on it, and then all of a sudden he looks at everybody else, and he's like annoyed at everybody's moving around and talking and being awake this early. So he like gives a scowl, and then opens up his breast pocket and like holds his dirty jacket open, and he reaches into the left breast pocket, and he pulls it out, and he has a little baggie. He looks through it, and then he finds a yellow one, and he holds it up to the light, and just kind of like, not as stealthy as he thinks. He's literally like inspecting it. Oh no, not that one! And then he grabs this other one, and he pops it and goes, gulp.
All right. So you all hear this. Any reactions from the peanut gallery?
Oh, is that breakfast? You got any
Breakfast?
more?
Oh no, it's not breakfast.
Oh, all right.
Go ahead and give us a Constitution save, Professor. Pretty solid. Let's see how strong the pill is. Give me a 1d5 plus 1.
4.
All right. And then give me a one more. Give me a d6. Just a blank d6. We did say yellow pill, right?
Yeah, yellow pill. Very happy yellow pill.
I'm making sure I'm reading from the right column here. All right. So, go ahead and just write down the number 4, just somewhere, sticky note, something like that. If I ask you duration stuff, that is the duration. So for the next 4 hours, you are not inhibited in any way, but your essentially danger sense / compassion, like all that kind of drops. Anxiety obviously definitely drops, but you have a little bit less regard for personal safety. Everything's got like a nice little halo around it. It only takes 10 or so minutes to set in, especially on this empty stomach. So you'll start feeling these effects pretty quickly.
Beautiful.
Role play accordingly.
I'm
Doctor,
ready to go.
Doctor, any prep work you have to do in the morning, making concoctions of any kind?
Yeah, he spends his supply points exactly how he's been doing.
Okay.
3 quints, 2 poisons, and then 1 quint of curing.
Fantastic. And anything else that the doctor is doing before we move on?
Nope.
All right. Let's see here. I don't think. Well, just to give prep. Alex, what is Alex doing awake just after seeing the professor greedily eating whatever he was eating? What do you have going on?
Alex is going to look through his bag for something to eat, and he is going to eat a ration. And then he's going to watch the professor doing these weird yoga stretches that he's doing, and sort of scowl at him while he's doing it. Scowl at him sleepily while he's doing all that. Not really going to interact with anybody quite yet.
All right. Hannah, what do you have going on now that the party is moving around, meandering a little bit? What's Hannah up to?
She's taking out a spare cloth from her bag and just wiping down her arms and face from all the soot that had accumulated throughout the...
Yeah, those little portable forges, not very clean. They do pump out a lot of mess. That is absolutely true. Minerva, outside of your prep work, are you doing anything else?
She is going to be cleaning the soot off of her hands, but she's leaving the rest of it on, 'cause it's going to help with disguising and blending into the background, Can't be too clean out there.
Hey, not a bad point of reference, actually. And finally, Darian, what are you doing as you're coming into full consciousness here?
Here. Yeah, I like him. His hand is real good, real light. Can move around real good. Kind of like he's doing like the wave, doing like the wiggling. He's like, yeah, I like it. I think this will work really well. Miss Hannah, thank you a lot. And he's like all giddy and kind of happy and excited.
I'm glad, Darian.
So we should probably like get going out there. Probably gonna want to be like super quiet if we can, because things out there will most likely want to eat us more now than during the day.
Agreed.
So you guys are heading out into the main area?
Yep. Or Hannah.
All right, so
Okay, I'm ready. Let's go now.
party starts to exit the room, sees Hannah out there kind of wiping down the rest of wiping off the rest of her arms and around the forge and stuff. And Eddie is standing, he's got his shotgun down in front of him now, and Rodrigo has placed a large bar right next to the door, and it's extended out and pressed against it. And he's got his he's got his full-size shotgun just slung across his back. They come out, and Eddie is lighting up another cigarette, and he's got the camera in his hands. For any of you who have or have not seen a camera in the last 20 plus years, it is a Polaroid camera, probably from the late 70s or early 80s. It's that it looks like it was that kind of manila color, but it is faded to an almost like yellow brown. But there's a little red light on top right next to the flash. Yo, it's good to see you're all moving, rocking and rolling. Gonna be a good, safe day. I got a feeling. Y'all been such model guests. It's gonna be a good day. We'll snap this picture. We'll get you on your way, and next time you swing by, they'll know what you're good at.
Definitely a good day.
What are you doing now?
We did a favor and did good trade with these people. Having our picture here means any other future guards might be more akin to let us in quicker, or with less payments, or just friendlier. It could help us out.
I've never had my portrait painted.
No,
Nah. It's not a painting. It's this little box here. So I'm gonna press this button, and he like points, keeping his finger a couple inches away, he points to a button on the top as well. I'm gonna press this button. There's gonna be some light, and then I'm gonna have a little piece of paper that comes out, and it's gonna be. God, I don't even fucking know how to explain it to somebody who's never seen one of these before.
Shit, like a movie? I seen those. Yeah, do it. I'll make a face.
You just gotta make that same face every time you come through.
What?
All right, get close together. And he's like holding up the camera in one hand, and he's got it, pointed somewhat in your direction, but he's making the like get close together symbol with his with his hands.
Are Hannah and Minerva really close to each other?
I would think so, sure.
Right before the guy will snap the picture of the camera, Darian will kind of like grab them both up, lift them up with a huge smile on his face.
And the picture is indeed taken right beforehand.
Minerva looks very surprised.
Give me athletics.
Alex isn't looking at the camera.
Oh yeah, quite easily hefted up. Alex is not looking at the camera. There is a bright flash, and then the all too familiar sound Zzz, as the picture comes out. It's gray. Rodrigo grabs it before Eddie can, and he's holding it up high, like out of Eddie's reach. Yo, what the fuck are you doing, big guy? Rodrigo responds back. You always shake 'em. You're not supposed to shake 'em, man.
He's right.
Yeah, you just lay them down, and you actually are supposed to flip them upside down to avoid any more light exposure. That's how that works.
And you're supposed to blow on them. I heard you blow on them, and that helps.
No, that's a lie.
Really?
Yeah, that's a lie. That's a myth. Same with the shaking. Although they once made a song, and it was about shaking it like a Polaroid picture, but they were not actually talking about shaking pictures.
Well, that's just confusing.
I remember Polaroid actually had to put out a statement about that back in the day, saying, don't listen to the song, it's wrong.
That's right.
Why'd you shake a picture? What?
People before the falling were weird. Don't worry about it, Alex.
I shake a picture.
So you see, Rodrigo leans down and he puts the picture inside that sandbag bunker that he has had set up the whole time, and he and Eddie move toward the door, and Eddie speaks up. So, you all got what you need? Do you need like any water or anything on the house? Of course, like I said, you've been great.
We can talk up.
What's up, Allie?
Oh, you got any breakfast?
We got these rations that your buddy over here, and he points to Darian, gave us, and we got that, and he points to like a pot over his shoulder that's just up against the wall. It tastes a little bit like plaster, goes down about the same way, but it's got everything you need in it, so if you're hungry, don't have what you need, you're more than welcome to help yourself there. And then he points under one of the tables on the back, and at the back of the room, and there's like 8 or 10 of these 5-gallon water cooler bottles, and they're filled with water that is mostly clear. It's got a little bit of brown to it, but it's not anything out of the ordinary, even from what comes out of the taps at the garden.
Yeah, buddy. Alex is gonna go make himself a bowl of whatever slop is in the pot and thoroughly enjoy it as they're walking out the door.
It is it's just like lukewarm, mostly cooked rolled oats. So it's kind of chewy, very thick, pasty. The oats were obviously pretty old and were cooked just to the point enough where you could chew them rather than like choke on them.
He loves it.
Eddie, remind me where your scouts saw those 3 we were looking for.
So what you're going to do when you get outside, you'll be facing south. Just hook a left, go down about 5 or 6 blocks. That's where they saw him. It's not far from here. I think they think maybe they were kind of holding up in the same area thinking that there'd be other garden people around. We don't necessarily know, but it ain't far. 5 or 6 blocks to your left. That would be east if we're doing directions the right way. And you'll find them. There's just the little, what are they, like 3-story townhomes like next to each other, stacked up. There's one with a door on the 3rd block in that little neighborhood. It's the only one with a door. That's the one you're going to want to get into. If they're still there, that's where they will hold up.
Thank you, Eddie. Appreciate it.
All right, if we're ready, I can disengage this new lock that we got here. Yeah, and we'll get you all on your way. The moment the door opens, I'm talking like super quick. Need you out, and we're going to close the door behind you. No banging, no knocking. This is a relatively dangerous time. Are you sure you want to do this? Because when I open that door, It's 30 seconds. Whoever's in, stays in. Whoever's out, stays out. You feel me?
I do. She looks at the group. This may be our best chance at getting that.
Let's do it.
I feel good about this. I say we go now.
It seems to make the most sense.
Hannah turns back. Okay, Eddie, open it up.
And Eddie does just that. He kicks the bottom of the pneumatic bar, and it disengages. They slide that heavy bar lock, and the door creaks open. It's very loud. Obviously, it's a big steel door rubbing against linoleum. Oh, geez, I got the hiccups a little bit. So the door slides open, and Eddie's given the the circling hand motion with one hand, got the shotgun kind of aimed down the hall. Remember, the door opens out away from this safe house. And it sounds like everybody exits. I don't expect anybody's hanging behind, right? Good answer. So everybody bounces out. Eddie gives a who would be in the back of the group?
Probably me. I'm slow.
All right. So as Minerva is meandering out at the tail end of the group, Eddie gives a little "good luck out there," and Minerva crosses the threshold, and the door closes almost immediately behind her. And you hear the heavy bar slide across. A couple of other locks engage, and then you hear a muffled thump as that relocking pneumatic bar is put back into place. And it is as quiet out here as it was in the chat in the voice chat just a second ago. I mean, there's no bug sounds. There's nothing. You can hear each other breathing a little bit. It is that quiet in this area.
I'm just going to quietly move as far away from here down the way that they were planning to go, keeping an eye out for anything else.
I'm just prepping the map. So you all head down the stairs, get out to the main streets.
Do we want to go quiet?
Yes.
Do you want me to help make everyone quiet?
What you did before, yeah? Yes, that was very, very helpful. But
Yeah.
I will cast Pass Without Trace on the party.
Everybody gets a little lighter, a little more deft in their movement. I'm gonna ask production to switch us over to a map as I bounce us to this map here.
That's really quite a beautiful spell.
So the party gets outside, and it is quite dark. Anybody who does not have dark vision can see just the adjacent squares to them. Nothing really beyond that. Like, it's pitch black out here. There's no lights, anything like that.
what are the stars and moon like?
The moon is in that waxing gibbous that we were talking about. So it's past half, moving towards full. Stars. Let's see. Give me a Dylan. Go ahead and give me a D. Give me a D6. All right. So it's a bit cloudy today. So you could see a few stars. The breaks between the clouds, because there's no light around. There's even in just a section that looks like it's 3 inches essentially at your perspective. There's probably 600 stars just coming through that one little section. It's mostly clouds in the sky, but you can see kind of the moon behind some of the clouds, and then little patches here and there just of a bunch of stars, since there's no light pollution to worry about.
Hannah hooks a left and starts going down eastward.
Hey, Miss Anna, can we move just a little bit slower? I can't see crap like this.
Let's get a block away more quickly, and then we can move slower.
All right, but if I fall flat on my face, I'm just letting say I warned you.
Just put a hand on my shoulder for now. You'll be fine.
All right. The grasp is very tight.
I will reach out and hold on to Alex's hand without asking.
Alex just grips back.
So I just want to make sure I know. So I know Hannah has dark vision. Minerva also has dark vision. Is that correct?
Yes, I believe the doctor does too.
120 feet.
Booyah. So I'll mark you. Professor November, you do not have dark vision, correct?
No, but I'm fine. I'm very happy.
Of course. Darian does not have dark vision, just as the RP explained, and I think Alex is in the same boat.
Yep.
All right, so I've got markers. Yellow markers mean you can see. Hearing, on the other hand, everybody can hear pretty well. We don't need to roll for it, just passive with how silent these streets are. So, in to the west from where you're standing right now, so you're coming down onto this street and you're going to take a left, which is east. To the west, the left side of the map, towards the police station and things like that, you hear like screeching. These are all muffled. It's a fair distance away, but screeching, some what sounds like maybe people like hooting and hollering. And there is like a faint glow for anybody who does not have dark vision, because people with dark vision see in black and white. So anybody who doesn't have dark vision, on the horizon to the west is this like faint kind of orange glow coming up above the buildings. People with dark vision can see that same glow. It's just kind of grayscale for them.
That looks warm and inviting.
I doubt it, November.
Should go check it out.
We're going the other way, remember? We're going this way. East, not west.
Well, fine. Fine. Don't say I didn't want to go there. If they... No, it's fine. Let's go. Let's go get Remy.
All
Should we
right.
do some stealth?
Yeah, go ahead and everybody give me a stealth, since you are attempting to move quietly. Remember, these will all be at plus 10. So we got 29, 18, 24. Oh, that's a Warhammer swing. 20, 29. There we go, 26. So just looking for the doctor.
Coming up.
There we go. Oh. So everybody else is moving quite stealthily. The doctor, who does have dark... Doc, why are you not stealthy? That nat 1 would have to be explained a little bit.
Because the dice rolled that way.
Give me an RP.
I don't know. He trips.
The doctor comes out and slips on something or trips over his own feet, maybe. But just face plants, and you can hear the crack of knees and hands slapping the cement sidewalk, and it just like echoes off the buildings and off the street and everything. And you can just kind of hear it. There's the initial, and then just kind of bouncing off the buildings and stuff like that. Let's do one for the doctor, and then we'll do the other 5 for the 5 blocks that you have to go. So, doctor, give me a D100. We're going to want to stay above a 35. Not above a 35. So you all hear this. Everybody kind of freezes immediately when you hear the doctor kind of go down in that prone position. He's standing up, maybe brushing off his smock or something, but collecting himself. And you hear let's find out what you hear. Doctor, give me a D6, please. And a D5. All right. So you hear, just around the corner, actually, a... everybody give me a perception. Let's actually see who hears this. We're going to see who's caught off guard or not by this. Everybody's kind of ready, but there will be... Darian's good. Hannah is good. Professor November is off in La La Land. Minerva is good. Alex is good. Looking for that doctor roll as well. And the doctor is good. So Professor will be the only one actually caught by surprise on this. You won't hear this next part. Everybody else does catch it. So you hear this like this almost, it sounds like a giant slug or a worm or something, but it sounds like a slime body like moving across a rough surface, and then just tumbling out of this building down over here come two of these things. So two of these drop down. They look like giant red earthworms. And by giant I mean like 8 feet long, as a body as big around as like one of those yoga balls that you sit on at the office if you don't want to use a chair, like a beach ball. So big around as a beach ball, probably 3 feet on the chunk. And they just look like giant earthworms, but as they kind of plop to the ground, you see the slime kind of come away from them. This is anybody who can actually see. Everybody can hear it. So they hit the ground and they kind of rear their heads up and they open up. And instead of just like a little mouth, the top like 10% of the body, just the whole head opens up and reveals like 1,000 spaghetti-like tentacles that are coming out, and they almost are like just feeling the air. It's like 1,000 snake tongues, and they're flapping through the air. And then both of them turn their heads towards the party. And I'll get these put on, and we will get initiative cleared so that we can roll some initiative.
Remember to select your token, people.
Yep, select those tokens, roll those initiatives.
At least I'm not surprised.
So do these things look like the Tremors creatures?
They sort of do, but they just look like giant earthworms. They look sort of like the Tremors creatures, but you wouldn't know that because you can see, right?
No,
Yeah,
I
yeah,
can't see them.
Oh, you cannot. That's right. It's you, the doctor, and the doctor, Hannah, and Minerva, who can see. That's where I was missing. Hannah moved her character, I think. Okay, so these two hit the ground. The professor will be surprised, and I need to add these two to the initiative. All right, Hannah, you're the first one to react once you hear these things like slop onto the ground and open their mouths up to reveal these thousands of spaghetti-like tongues.
Hannah's going to move here, and she's actually going to take 3 rations from her bag and attempt to toss them here.
All right, pulling a handful of rations, getting hands on 3, and you're throwing them, you said, here?
No, closer to them. As close to them as possible.
Sure, go ahead and give me a D20 plus dexterity. So dexterity check, essentially. Oh yeah, quite deft with that. We'll put this in red. Anything else?
She's going to finish walking up here. Let's see. Darren, come. We have to leave. And she's going to be obviously looking to walk this way.
All right. Darian, it is your turn.
Darren will hold back onto Hannah's shoulder and stick his big thumbs up in front of her face because he doesn't know how far she can see in the dark. That's the end of my turn. I will not do anything until Hannah starts moving.
All right, so essentially a hold action to move with Hannah.
Yeah. Like when
All
she
right.
moves, I will move with her.
The Doctor, your turn.
Which way was Hannah moving? Upwards?
To your right.
To my right? Okay. Then he'll start headed that way as well. And that's it.
All right. This first one moves just a little bit, and it's putting the tentacles, the like feelers, these spaghetti feelers that are coming out of the face. They start like meandering over the rations. They deftly they pull, all of them pull back in kind of an umbrella and stiffen up, and then they just like stab through the packaging, and it starts just tearing it apart. There's chunks of food flying. You see anybody who can see sees one of the packages of like the pudding go off in one direction. Maybe some Skittles or whatever skitter across the floor. There's powders and all kinds. I mean, this thing is just tearing this thing apart. November is surprised, kind of looking off in space currently. The second one has gotten kind of word from its friend that this is not what they want. What is their speed? Move it back here so I can calculate appropriately. This one moves to here, and it's reared back its head, and it's kind of extending its tentacles towards Hannah, and then like towards Alex a little bit. It's not touching you; it's too far away to touch, but it does look like it's kind of ready, in a warning stance almost. That will be it for its turn. Minerva.
Do we want to deal with these or run?
I'd rather run. More things will come as noise picks up.
I vote run.
Alright, she's gonna load up a rock in her sling and hit the closest one. Or try to, at least.
A 24 definitely will connect.
And she will walk east down the street with Alex. If Alex comes with.
Hey, what? Where? All right.
We're running, you said, right?
Yeah. And he'll go with her.
Yeah. So the rock that Minerva lobs clocks this thing in the side of the head. It's kind of dazed just a touch. And then, yeah, Alex, you go to follow, it sounds like.
I'm assuming, Alex, your speed is 30, right?
Yes.
Yeah, mine's 35, so I went one less.
Alex, did you do anything else?
Nope, that's it. No, I'm gonna ready an action. If it comes within like 5 feet of me or Minerva, I'm gonna hit it with my warhammers.
Okay, so ready action to attack if it comes within range.
Yep.
Very good. And since you're having to play on mobile a little bit, I'll help you out by moving your piece. You can just let me know that you want to move into certain places, so you don't have to switch around as much.
That'd be awesome. Thank you.
Hannah, you're up.
Hannah's gonna move around this thing, bringing down, making sure he's aware not to move in its path, and like essentially using her arm to move him in a certain way that goes around this thing because he can't see it. And as she passes November, she says, "November, use the building right next to you and go around down the street. Also, if you can use that wind thing you did before and put it down towards the light that you see, that would be great." 5, 10, 15, 20, 25, 30. And she will ready an action to firebolt if this thing comes towards them for a attacking hostile. That's the word I was looking for.
Sure thing. Darian used his reaction to move with Hannah. So, Darian, your turn.
Darian, do I hear like the creatures behind me moving around?
Yes, quite clearly.
Okay, I would like to take what is literally left of my mess kit, which is just a bowl, and I would like to huck it as far as I can in the opposite direction of the way we're heading.
All right, give me a dexterity check at disadvantage. All right, a 4. So you're trying to get it over here. Give me a d12. Let's see how well you do. I'm going to use this marker as the center marker. An 11. So you bounce it off this building up here. Just like off the corner of the building.
No, that's perfect. And I am just, once again, just waiting for Hannah to move.
All right. So it's an action to throw. You won't be able to move with a reaction, be able to follow right after on your next turn, obviously.
Yep.
All right, Doctor, give me the news.
Let me see. I think I can. Just throw a dart at the one that's kind of advancing.
All right. And 18 does connect. 6 piercing damage. So you catch this thing right in the side, and it lets out a little bit of a squeal. The spaghetti tentacles are flailing all over the place. Any movement, or are you hanging there?
Yeah, then he's moving with the group. That'll be his turn.
I can imagine him like shoving past people like, nope, let me through. All right. This one down here, we'll give it a 30%. We'll do 33% chance to stay put. So I'm going to roll a d3. On a 1, it continues rifling through. On a 2 or a 3, it is not satisfied because that's not what it's looking for. Look at that. It is very dedicated to this. It continues tearing through the packaging. At the end of tearing through, it has found not what it is looking for. So then it will let's give it one more shot here. So another 1d3. On a 1, it will chase the sound of that bowl. If not, it will move forward. Okay, so it does not care. So it finishes rifling through, uses its action to dig through, and it slithers along the street quite loudly. Professor November.
Okay. I was doing the 1d2 for whether or not he got all of Hannah's instructions to him. He got some of them. So he's going to follow the building, but he's just, there's no sense of danger yet for him because he doesn't see anything, and he's feeling very, very, very comfortable. So he's just going to,
Oh, this must be the follow the building. 10, 15, 20. Oh, hey, Darian. Oh, hey, Hannah. Oh, hey, Alex.
That's it.
All right. We'll give this one a 30% chance as well to follow the bolt. D3. On a 1, it goes with it. It does. So it will go that direction, check the bowl, realize that there's nothing there, and then move back to here. So essentially a wasted turn. Minerva.
Same thing, covering the retreat with a stone and
All right. Voice crack. A 13 will not connect. It ducks down below right before the stone catches it in the head, or what you think is the head.
sure. And then I keep going, and I guess I go off the map.
Spectacular. Alex.
Alex is gonna keep following Minerva and look back to make sure that Hannah and everybody else, but especially Hannah,
Off the map as well. Hannah Hershon.
Hannah's going to attempt guide both November and Darian, grabbing both of their arms as she moves forward, attempting to make sure they come with her. I don't know how you want to do that mechanically.
The professor holds your hand.
You can just, everything essentially happens at the same time, so you can go ahead and move where you're going, and then they have the next 2 turns, or the next couple of turns, they'll be able to follow suit. This all happens simultaneously.
She makes it right almost before the end of the map.
Yep. Darian's moving there as well. Just with your move, any action, Darian?
No, I'm just being real quiet and kind of sad my pool's gone.
Hannah does ready the firebolt again for as she's walking with them if it comes near any.
All right. Doctor. Also moving off the map, I would assume.
Yeah.
Any darts or anything else?
No, a little bit out of range.
All right. Plus, it's always good to keep the darts if you're not going to be able to go back for them. So, right, so that one. Let's see here. So this one can catch up with the professor, so it is going to attempt to slow him down. Professor. Oh, yeah. So Hannah's action goes off because it's in range and threatening somebody. You can describe that if you want while I put in the damage and stuff.
So the firebolt goes from just like little tips of fire along her fingertips to a molt of fire as it streaks right by November and lights up the fact that there are 2 gigantic earthworms right in front of him.
So November, you get a very clear sight of this almost eldritch horror that is looming ahead of you. It's reared up kind of on the last third of its body, so it's just as tall as you, and it's 1,000 or so spaghetti-like tendrils, like right in your face, as it closes in on you. It will take that hit and then recover. The smoke clears from it, and it will go to feel you up with its spaghetti feelers. Ooh, you get an attack of opportunity in melee should you so desire.
Uh, hmm. Yeah, I'll try to kick it with my foot.
Sure. So
Yeah,
unarmed strike
I
is
have
just
no
a
martial arts training. I mean, he did some jujitsu way back in the day, and some taekwondo, but that was before the falling. So I don't. If you're making an unarmed attack and you're not a monk, do you get your proficiency bonus or no?
You do not.
Okay. 1d20 plus strength, which is pretty good actually. Kick it.
Will still strike, and you deal 1 damage when you are not trained. So you kick
Do
it.
I add
and
my
just-
strength?
You do still add your strength, yes.
Okay.
So it's your total 3? Rolling
1 plus
2. So you get a nice hefty boot to the underbelly on this thing. The spaghetti tentacles are all flailing around, just kind of ramshackle as it's recovering from taking a kick to its 8th stomach. And it is your turn.
I will use the disengage action and say, "Begone, worm!" And 5, 10, 15, 20, 25.
Oh, hey, Darian. Hey, Alex. Hey, Minerva.
30.
All right, so that's as far as this one can get. It'll use the dash to get just up next to the doctor, but it doesn't have any more attacks. Minerva. Just keeping on moving, I'm assuming.
Yep, and sending 1 stone back if I can.
Of course. A 10 will
It
not
turns
hit.
out
Wide
that
shot.
doing this while moving is hard.
Yes, it is.
That's it.
Oh, thanks for the clarity on that rule. That's my fault. Don't see a lot of unarmed strikes from people. So for those of you watching or listening, you actually do get proficiency on unarmed strikes. It's just the damage that is reduced unless you have special features, things like that. So thank you for that.
Oh, next time I will do a judo throw on the giant worm.
There you go. Alex is just moving as well, correct, Allie?
Yeah, he's kind of stumbling along behind Minerva, just trying to keep up.
And Hannah?
Hannah pushes Darian, telling him to move quicker down the street instead of following her, as she will throw a firebolt at this one. Otherwise, she's worried about the doctor.
A 16 will connect.
And she moves 30 feet east.
All right. Darian.
Darian will move the 30 feet and then take the dash action to then blindly walk through the streets with no guidance whatsoever.
All right. So dashing to keep up. The person that matters most in this scenario currently, the doctor.
Disengage and keep running.
All right. And let's just see if they continue to pursue. On a 1, they continue to pursue. On a 2 or a 3, they will not. They will not. Okay, so you've successfully navigated that encounter from the doctor. What I'm going to do here Spreading you all out. All right, I'll shift the map for the camera. There we go. Okay, so this is the next block over. Just moving quite a bit quickly. And essentially, night rules that I have here are section by section. We have rolls. We just had the doctor's failed stealth check roll. So, Dylan, give me a D100, stay above a 40. That is indeed above a 40. So you guys navigate the next block. 3 blocks left to go. Graham, give me a D100, stay above a 45.
No way.
That is incredible. What's Emily, the odds on that's what, 1 in 10,000, right? Am I doing that math correctly?
That would be correct, yes.
Well then, you two need to play I guess technically both of you need to play the lottery. Let's see if we can do 3 for 3. So you get down the next block. 2 blocks remaining. Minerva, give me a D100.
I just want to, before I do it, if I roll another 100, that's a 1 in 100,000 chance? Or, sorry, 1 million chance?
If you roll this, I will just like add on an additional 100 experience for everybody.
Damn.
All right.
What was it supposed to be over again?
It was supposed to be over 45, so you are good.
Good.
1 block left to go will be Alex. Give me a D100, stay above a 50. Oh, that's a D20. I forgot that you have that you're on mobile. Tell you what, I'll have Tim do it, so you don't have to struggle too much. Yeah, Tim, give me a D100, stay above a 50. That is indeed above a 50. So you get down the next block, and you find a row of the townhomes. There are 3 of them in each section. I'll doodle some lines here. Half theater of the mind. So we got 1, 2, 3. So on this side of the map, this one is the only one with a door. The other ones have the doors gone. The building is half burned on the outside. Windows and stuff broken, but this second one here does have a door.
Is there able to see any sign that people were here?
Streets are just dead quiet outside of the ambient sound in the background. Some people sounds, some creature sounds, but there's nothing that you can see on the ground or anything like that makes it look like anybody's been here. You can actually give me a survival check, actually, since you're paying that kind of attention. All right, so you do notice one thing. So the windows are all like broken out and stuff all over the place. However, the door. What's your dark vision distance? Is it 60 or 120?
120.
Okay. So the door, you can see excuse me. You can see on the door that there is the soot on the rest of the building from like the slight burning and stuff that has happened at some point in time. The soot on the door is wiped away in different areas, like somebody putting their hands obviously on the door to try and open it. So that's one telltale sign that does show that there has been activity at this door at some point, but being so far away, you can't tell anything else.
Bubby, do you know if these buildings used to have an exit in the back?
Can I think about that?
Yeah, go ahead and give me a history at advantage. So you'll remember that there are usually fire escapes on the back of the buildings, but the front door is the main entrance. People could get out of windows and stuff like that, but there's only one like actual door.
There are windows we could go in through a fire escape in the back, probably. But more often than not, there's only the front door.
Worried about ways that they can get in and out.
They wouldn't be able to get out there without making a lot of noise. Assuming the ladder isn't already down.
And from what I remember, fire escapes were allowed regardless.
Walking in the front door is the best way for police stations.
This isn't a police station, November.
Oh yeah.
Townhome.
Whoops.
I'd like for some people to keep an eye out, see if there's an alleyway coming out from the back. I can try use my tinker tool, see if I can get through a lock, unless anyone has better tools than I do. I've messed it up a few times.
I have a foot. Foot's worked pretty good in the past.
Got a couple.
That attracts a lot of attention.
You asked for quick, not quiet.
Fair. I am going to try the front door. If anyone can post at the corner in case they hear anything. Doctor, if you could, you see as far as I do.
Sure.
And Hannah's going to quietly along the building, looking out for anything below her that might make noise, go towards the front door. Also, keeping an eye on windows over here. This is the correct building.
Yeah.
She's keeping eye on windows over here as well to see if anyone's watching from across. Let me know what I need to roll, Matt.
All right, you can go ahead and stop there. Give me. Well, you have actually got night vision, low light vision, dark vision, whatever it is. Boop. So you see a couple of these guys down here. They're just kind of shambling around, but as you cross out into like the open street, they both stop, just kind of shambling back and forth, and they turn.
Would I have noticed them as I got over here? Because I was looking across the street, mostly at this building, but I'm not sure if I would have noticed.
Pretty much right when you get to that portion of the street there is when you would kind of first notice them, because yeah, you said you were focused on this building more than anything else. So getting there and you kind of stop and look around, that's when you notice them.
Okay.
They're not moving a lot until you get there.
Okay. And this stealth, I'm not sure if I was able to roll that or not.
Because you're in an open area, the stealth here wouldn't matter.
Okay.
All right, so you get there. You get one action before you would fall into initiative. So what would you like to do with that?
I would probably hop back a bit. I'd probably go here.
All right, so you stumble backwards toward the party before they even really start moving. Go ahead and roll your initiative, and I'll roll theirs. The rest of the group has no clue what we're experiencing here.
The group does see Hannah, or the Doctor Minerva sees Hannah is staring down this street, having seemingly more alert than before.
Henny, you see something?
Can I respond?
Yeah, you can go ahead and respond. Just a quick response.
2 of the dead down the street, coming this way.
For the record, I love these things, little pictures. And I did select my token. Why didn't my initiative appear?
I deleted it. You're not rolling initiative yet.
Oh.
Yeah, you don't know that they're there. All right, so as Hannah stumbles backwards, the party does indeed hear, as she says, 2 dead around the corner. You hear a, and there is heavy footfalls because the street is so silent, very easy to hear. This thing comes sprinting around the corner, very different than the shambling and stuff that you saw before. So this thing comes sprinting around the corner, and it almost makes like this diving grab towards Hannah. Uno momento, por favor. All right, so this thing comes sprinting around the corner, and it makes this like just diving headbutt towards Hannah. Hands out, mouth open. Let's see if it connects.
Oh yeah.
All right, so let's see here. Go ahead and roll a Constitution save for me. All right. You are good on that. All right, so the bite damage, 15 piercing damage as this thing comes tearing around the corner towards you. And then as the head is smashing into you as well. You take 5 bludgeoning damage from the skull, like cracking into your chest as it takes a bite out of your, like it headbutts you in the chest and it turns its head and it takes like a bite out of your bicep. And it's just like howling as it does so. Let me check Hannah's bars. They're all showing as visible. I'll double check on the break and make sure that everything is good, but it looks like everything is showing as visible. C. Save. All right. So headbutt into the chest, big chunk out of your arm. Hurts like hell. It is Now the rest of the party can roll initiative because they see and hear this thing just come tearing through. So go ahead and click your pieces and roll that initiative.
Is it still dim, like super dark out, or is the sun rising a little bit now?
Nah, it's only been about 20 minutes. It's still very dark.
Still dark.
Alex is struggling.
So many D6s.
We're going to get there. It's all right. We'll take the 11. I'm going to add you to... what's your dexterity modifier? It's okay. It's all right.
Did I get on there?
2 point. I'm gonna put you at 13.14. I'm taking the 11 because that's the first D20 that you rolled. Don't worry, I'll help you out. It's all good. We'll get past this. Everybody has tough times every once in a while, so I'm here to help.
So small.
Yeah. All right. So, the bite happens. Hannah, your turn.
Disengage. And behind everyone, yeah, no one can really see.
For the people who can see, and for Alex, who is right next to you, what does Hannah's wounds look like? Because this is a big chunk has been taken out of your left bicep. Are you bleeding blood, or do you have flesh and bone, or is there other stuff going on here?
There's less blood than you might imagine from a wound this big. It's hard to tell exactly. Well, even in the darkness, it's hard to tell what the color of the blood is. If it's a bicep wound, it's mostly, you can probably see down to the bone based on what you see. Although I think it was the bite that did most of the damage. So yeah, you're able to tell. You probably see some bone underneath. It doesn't look white, but it's hard to tell again in the darkness, even for people with dark vision.
All right, so disengage and then get to there, and panting, doubled over a bit, probably a cracked sternum from the headbutt. But this second one will come tearing around the corner as well. It gets up right next to its buddy and stops dead in its tracks. Alex, give me a description of what you're doing. I'll help you with dice rolls and things like that if you need me to.
Alex is gonna get in front of Hannah.
Can Hannah say something to Alex, croak something out?
Quickly.
Torch! Torch!
And he's gonna pull out a torch. Scramble in his bag. And pull out a torch.
Do you have a way to light it? Do you have like a tinderbox or anything like that?
Yeah, I do.
All right, so we will generate some light. One moment.
As soon as he sees what he's lighting up, he's gonna like stumble backwards into Hannah. Yep. But also like have his arms out like protectively, keeping her.
Very good. So dim light does extend beyond the ring. This is just full light, so everybody can see the... actually, we can do the dim light as well. One moment. Oh, white. There you go. So the white is the dim light, yellow is the regular light. So everybody can see these two corpses, walking corpses. They're probably more bone than anything else. They have this like black goo that's kind of congealed to the flesh that is still there, hanging from the bones. It's like dangling and stuff like that. It's quite disgusting. Professor November.
The K-lists have come! Yes! Yes, indeed! Excuse me, Miss Minerva. And he's just going to walk forward. Doctor, I think you should possibly take care of this, but... And he's going to just pull out his snow globe, and he moves his hand over the top of it. Wait, no. Oh, yeah, no. And he waves it the other way, and I'm going to do my favorite spell, Gust of Wind. And I'm doing it at them.
All right. We'll get that on the board here. Shape. How wide is it?
10 feet wide. So this is a good question. Would it be including the doctor in that, or because if it would, then I would step forward.
Nah,
I'm apparently standing on top of Minerva, and I didn't know. I thought she was at the bus stop.
It's all right. You generated it in front of you, so
Okay.
But you tell me where you, and it is, so it's 10 feet wide, 60 feet long, so 5, 10, 15, 20, 25, 30, 35, 40, 45, 50, 55, 60. There we go. To right there. And I have to make strength saves or be pushed 15 feet.
On the start of its turn. I guess would it happen right away? Isn't that how most spell effects, like upon its initial?
Unless it specifies otherwise, this one does specify at the beginning of its turn if it starts there. All right. So anything else? The movement, the speaking to the doctor, and then the gust of wind.
That's it.
The doctor.
I'll take a step over to Hannah. And use a syringe, so 9 points of healing.
So the wound on Hannah's arm starts to close up. You hear some light resetting of bone as the maybe the fracture in the chest starts to close back up a little bit.
I'll take the rest of his movement to be a little bit behind the group, but I guess off the map.
Okay, just take note of how far back you are. Anything else?
No, that's it.
Minerva.
All right. What animals can come help us out here?
Animals. Pulling
Like I'm thinking big giant owls or something.
Well, we do know that there are owls and bats around. Go ahead and give me one. Actually, give me 1 second. I can pull this table up.
Cool.
And your CR currently is it 1 or 2? I think it's 1.
1/4, I think. Oh no, minimum of 1. You're right for summoning. Yep.
All right.
That's for wild shape, regular wild shape. Sorry.
Yeah, all right. It follows that same run until a little later in your. All right, so we do have a couple of large owls that are nearby. There is a. Well, if I can find it here. There we go. There is a large canine of some kind that you get your, ESP ping from. And the last one that is close is a Actually, a crocodile.
Those are some tough choices. I asked for owls, so I'm gonna go with owls. But man, I kind of want the crocodile for next time. So yeah, she whistles, but it doesn't, like, you can't hear it. It's going to be a little too high pitched. Maybe the zombies can hear it. I don't know. Then, as well as that, she is going to bonus action cast the Shillelagh cantrip on her cane and kind of step over here and be in a defensive posture. They're not getting at her granddaughter again.
Very nice. So this thing comes in at the end of your turn. You'll be able to control at the beginning of your next one, if I remember the rules correctly.
Yes, its first instinct is to defend me.
I am pulling your piece now. We'll just use this because we know. So it'll swoop in right next to you. And I'll make sure you have control before the beginning of your next turn. Before you act next time, it will be able to act. Well, yeah, it'll be able to act, and then you'll be able to give it commands.
Nice.
Anything else?
No.
Darian.
Darian will move up to about here. And he will take his hammer and start to bang it, like, very rhythmically on his shield, trying to draw their attention. And then as a bonus action, he would like to rage.
All right. So moving there, doing some distracting, and then raging. For distraction, give me an intimidation. Looking for 14s or better. That is indeed a 14. All right, so that will have 60% chance to try and come towards you. This one will start. What's your DC on your gust of wind there?
14 strength.
14 strength save. Gotcha. Strength save, strength check, strength save. All right.
I think these things are strong. Yes.
Not strong enough. So we get pushed 15 feet back. And then 2 feet of movement for every 1 foot. So it gets pushed back, hands up, and then it will. So this is 10, 15, 20, 25, 30. So it gets out of the wind and it moves toward the banging of. Actually, probably should roll that. A 1, it goes toward the doctor. A 2 or 3, it goes toward Darian. So it does go toward Darian. All right. So this one will move up toward Darian. So it breaks out of the wind, and like it breaks out of the wind over here. And then it looks around, steadies itself, and it starts running towards Darian. Hands out into that same kind of biting headbutt maneuver that it used on Hannah. Remember to have your. I think you have your AC. You have your shield out. You said banging. All right. So make sure +2 on that AC. 16.
Just hits.
All right. Just hits. Go ahead and give me that DC 14 Constitution save. Do not pass that. So 12 piercing damage, 8 necrotic damage, and then the headbutt as well from the initial connection from it running towards you. So a total of 28 damages. So this thing runs towards you. It's like one hand flailing, bats the shield out of the way. The head connects like right below your sternum in your stomach, knocks the wind out of you. And then it just rotates its face up and takes a chunk out of your stomach, like right below any clothing and stuff that you're wearing, or maybe through your clothing. And it comes back, flesh and sinew pulling. And you feel almost this numbing sensation almost immediately, but it pulls back and you just see it like just munching away.
Darian is just biting down really hard on his bottom lip, trying not to scream.
Let's throw something on that. Let's just do a D20, a 1 or a 2. You're not able to hold back, and you let out a scream just because it's relevant. Darian, you're supposed to roll better than that.
No.
So Darian's trying to hold back, but seeing you and stuff pulling, he lets out a scream before he's able to silence himself. We'll see if that has any effect here at the top of the order as we come back around. Hannah.
Hannah slowly gets up, sees that Darian is also now getting fucked up. Whenever is on the front line, she's going to take a few steps forward and she's going to twin witch bolt. Still holding her arm, or holding her damaged arm close to her body, so only one hand is doing both of these. And cast it at level 2. But it didn't actually roll damage. Sorry.
Oh, you're all right.
Okay.
With it twinned, I think you make an attack on both when you twin. It doesn't use the same attack for each one. So you'll roll one more. The first one will connect, as does the second one. So you are now concentrating.
I'm not sure if I said out loud I wanted to do second level spell. That's what I rolled it as initially.
I see it right there, evocation 2, so I will take it.
Okay, so another d12 on both of those.
Roll them up.
And she'll put herself slightly behind Bubby to pull her back if need be. That is her turn.
All right. Let me add this in here for the top of the order. Other Zombo. 60% chance to go after the shield banging Darian. So on a 1,
Spell
it will
save
go
DC.
Yeah, I'm just trying to see which direction it's going to go first before I roll that. So on a 1, it'll go after the professor. On a 2 or a 3, it will go after Darian. Sticking with the professor. So first it's DC. It does not pass, so it gets knocked back 15 feet.
Beautiful.
And these things are dumb as a box of hammers. So 5, 10, 15, 20, 25, 30, 35, 40, 45, 50, 55, 60. So it is able to get to you. It grinds through the wind, just not even stepping outside of it. It's not able to get enough speed to headbutt, too much action to be able to bite, so it just gets up right in your face. This thing literally smells like death, rotting, decaying corpse. It is quite horrific, but it doesn't do anything else outside of just stink next to you. Alex.
Alex is going to go for the one that is right next to Darian, and he's going to swing both of his warhammers at them, like a 1-2 punch, left then right. He's going for the head too.
Would you like me to roll those, or do you have the ability to? There's one, and the second one. So you're moving up right next to, you said right next to the Professor November, correct?
No, the one that's in front of Darian.
Darian. All right, so you're moving to here. So the first attack will hit. The second attack will actually trigger an attack of opportunity. All right, so you do get some in. The second one won't hit. Oh, I need to take the hit points off of it, not off of you. All right, so pulling the 9 off. So first swing comes in, just buries into the soft like flesh and bone. You hear bones break, a splatter of this black goo down onto your hammer, onto the ground. You go for the second swing, but you're not able to pull your other hammer out, so you can't get the right rotation, and it takes full advantage of this lapse in your movement to try and strike at you. It will bite towards your stuck arm. An 18.
Hits.
All right. You're going to need a Constitution save, DC 14. Can you roll that, or do you need me to?
I can roll it.
All right, let's see that. You do pass that, so you will only take 8 piercing damages. The thing bites into your lower forearm where you're holding the hammer, and then you're able to pull the hammer out of the sticky flesh. But you'll take 8 piercing damages that bites down into your arm. Let's go ahead and get that D20 roll. If or a 2, you scream out in pain. Alex is able to steel himself from bellowing out at all. Anything else, Alex?
No, that's it.
Phenomenal. Professor November.
I'm keeping my wind right in front of me. I don't like this thing so close. Is it disadvantaged to do a ranged spell attack at something in melee with me, or is that not a rule? It is.
Yes.
Okay, so instead, I'm going to attempt a push attack. I want to push the zombie prone. No, I want to push it backwards.
Okay, so just trying to shove it back.
Yep.
All right. So athletics there, opposed by its athletics. Critical failure. I will actually let. What we're actually going to do, you can decide. You can either push it back. You can either push it back and then onto the ground, so 5 feet back and then prone, or you can force it to make another save against your wind wall and go back an additional 15 feet as well. Your call.
Save against the wind wall.
All right, so it drops back. You push it back 5. It loses its footing. And... oh, not 44, just 4 for the strength. And it fails that, and
yes.
it will... your push coupled with the power of the wind push it back another 15 feet. So this thing is sliding across the ground, very kind of movie-esque from the little shove from the professor, and it slides back in the wind.
Will someone kill these things, please? Well, not kill them, because they're already dead, but, make them stop moving. That's my turn.
The doctor.
Yeah, he's gonna just shift laterally. Sorry, that was I have my turn order in the way. Move it over here. And actually, do I need to move a little bit forward? He's gonna throw a dart at the one in front of Darian.
All right. Luckily, we're not at disadvantage. 19 does connect. What were you aiming for, just out of curiosity?
Center mass.
It connects quite cleanly on a big chunk of flesh. It doesn't seem to react to the pain, but you can tell that it does have effect because there are chunks dropping off onto the ground. A rib, maybe some errant section of the intestines fall to the ground. Anything else?
Nope.
All right. Darian's outcry. Let's see if we get any response from that. We want to stay above I'm going to roll this. You're hoping that I roll above a 30. If I have to roll below a 30, you don't want it to be 10 or less. It is above a 30. Does not seem like anything around heard Darian's scream.
It's good.
It is. Minerva, your turn.
No, it is not. It is the owl's turn.
Very good.
Yep. The owl is going to swoop around from the roof it was on and dive bomb the one in front of Darian. First is going to peck it with a beak attack. It has multi-attack, so it can also do talons later.
A 20 will connect.
All right, and it was 1d6 plus. I have it over here. 3 piercing damage. God, people on another Discord server keep popping up notifications.
It's all good.
There we go.
Oh, literally exactly what you needed. So how does your owl finish off this running zombie?
All right, so it flies down, and its talons dig into the corpse's shoulder, and the beak just tears into the flesh of the ear and pulls out something vital to its continued existence, and it falls over, and the bird flaps up to continue.
Yep, so ear comes off, followed by ear is sinew and what is left of what looks like brain mass in the bright torchlight. The body falls over, the owl drops the brain and the ear on the ground, and has moved over there. Anything else for the owl's turn?
Well, yeah, it's going to try and do a claw attack then at the other one, swoop in through the air. The gust of wind, because I'm sure it's not smart enough to see it.
All right. That's another attack, correct?
Yes, but do I have to make any sort of check for the wind?
At the beginning of the next turn it will, but not when it enters.
Ah, good to know. Nope.
This thing will bat at the bird.
As it's buffeted by the wind anyway, and
That's right. I do not think a 10 hits it.
its AC is 13.
All right, so it bites just errantly at the claws coming down toward it. Both creature and owl miss wildly with their attacks back and forth.
All right, and then I think it brings it to my turn.
It does.
And I am going to sling a stone at the one that's caught in the wind wall.
A 15 does connect.
And does the fact that the wind is blowing in that direction help it at all?
It does not. There are other spells that do
Darn.
that, but not this one.
Okay.
All right. Anything else for Minerva's turn?
No, not really. Down to 20 pebbles.
Oh no. Darian, looking pretty rough.
Darian, because he is in a rage, he will try and use the gust of wind to help him, and he is just full-blown bull rushing towards this undead guy with his little hammer out, just tries to swing straight for the kneecaps.
– 14 connects. Nine damage. You connect across the knees, the legs knock together. The body continues to stand, but does not. It obviously has taken some damage. Chunks of bone and flesh come out, splatter across the sidewalk, arcing through the swing. Anything else for Darian?
Darian will just keep using the momentum of the gust of wind, and we'll just kind of go there.
All right. That one is off. Hannah, your turn.
Hannah's going to step up a little bit, and a pulse of light will go across the lightning connection between the two of them.
Anything else?
And she leans up against the building, still bleeding.
All right. The Zombo, the Kalist, the Undead, the Shambler, makes its strength save first. Does not. All right, so forced movement does not trigger attacks of opportunity. It's guarding itself enough as it fails against that. However, now it has to make a choice. A 1 is the owl. A 2 is... let's see. 1, 2 is owl. 3, 4 is Darian. A 5 is Hannah.
With it getting blown backwards, do I get a reaction attack of opportunity as it's blowing past me?
You will not. It's not choosing to move, so it's able to protect itself. It's got its arms up and stuff still. All right, so 1, 2. All right, so Witch Bolt falls off. Thank you. Oh, I forgot. That's one of the few spells that you actually have to stay in range while you're concentrating. Thank you, Dylan. All right, so a 1, 2 is the owl. A 3, 4 is Darian, and a 5 it's going to try and go for Hannah. Holy moly! It is a beautiful day. So this thing moves out. Just runs right past Darian, or attempts to run right past Darian, towards Hannah. Darian, you do get an attack of opportunity now, though. The clothesline hammer comes through. Roll damage. How do you kill it?
As it's running past me, I'll just sweep its legs out, like use the back end of the hook hammer, sweep his leg out from underneath of it, and then come down with the small hammer right through its skull.
All right, so the legs come out before the body can even connect with the ground. The hammer comes around the backside, pushing the head down faster than it's falling. There is a loud splat as the skull, brain, and everything in between is crushed against the floor, and the city streets go silent. We're going to pause right here for our break. We thank you all for joining us the first 2 hours of the session. If you're watching on YouTube, you'll be able to fast forward 15 minutes or so. It is 11 past the hour right now, 8 o'clock on my side of the country, or continent, I guess, since we have somebody in Canada. So it's 11 past. Let's just make it an even... We'll just do 19 minutes. That gives me a chance to get some other prep stuff done. So at half past the hour, we will pick back up. Thank you so much for joining us, and we hope to see you very shortly. Enjoy some music from Max Tunes and TakeTones.com. Welcome back to the stream or the video if you fast forwarded on YouTube in the future. Happy you're all joining us. This will be the second half of Session 9 in the Rising Tides arc. This is Rhapsody Dungeons & Dragons, a 5th edition game set in a post-apocalyptic Earth. If this is your first time joining us or you're not already a member of the Discord, you can hit !D&D in the Twitch chat, or if you're watching on YouTube, you can find the Discord information in the description down below. Come on over, hang out, read the RP, look at our living document that gives you all the information on the setting, everything that the characters know, plus much, much more. Our music during the break was brought to you by Max Tunes from TakeTones.com. You can get your free music to use on your streams and your YouTube videos or anything your heart desires. The only way to pay for it is to shout it out every once in a while, which is not that big of a price. So head on over to TakeTones.com, check that out. Our sponsors for the evening, Team Rankstar and InkedGaming.com have teamed up. You can go to InkedGaming.com and play your games with your style. You can get mouse pads, play mats, battle maps for Dungeons & Dragons, or full game crates to keep your dice, your maps, your cards, your books, everything in. Custom art on anything and everything your heart desires. Use the Team Rankstar code TRS12 at checkout to get 12% off your final purchase. And of course, a huge thank you to our viewers on Twitch and on YouTube. Wizards of the Coast for making such a fantastic game in Dungeons & Dragons. And Roll20.net. You can head on over to Roll20.net, play with your friends in a multitude of different universes and game systems all around the world. You can get your free account today at Roll20.net. Let's get back to the action. Our heroes have just come across a couple more K-lists, as they are called in this world currently, or undead, have suffered a little bit at their hands, and they are just now recovering as we come back to the action. So we will take it away. I'm going to clear initiative, and you all can react how your characters would.
Fuck yeah, bird.
Yes, well, our moment of surprise has failed, so quickly, jump into the wind and get to the front of the door.
Hannah, are you all right?
Yeah.
Do you need a hand up?
Yes, please, Bobby.
She'll reach out a hand and grab her by the wrist and help pull her up.
God, those things hit like a fucking truck.
Does the wound sting at all? Does it feel like infected at all? Those things did not seem clean. Not kosher at all.
I'm fine. We need to move.
I'm going to expend 1 level spell slot to cure. That did not work.
And then Alex is gonna go over and try and help Hannah walk.
Did that just not show up for anybody?
No, it didn't.
That's weird. It's there. Gonna reload. I can also just roll 1d8 plus 3, but I want to do the spell card.
That's very weird.
Huh.
Oh, holy shit. Wow. That feels a lot better than the doctor's. Thank you, Bobby.
You're welcome.
Let's see if I have to help you out again.
Thank you, doctor. Yours just hurt quite a bit.
It's the results that matter.
True.
Come on now.
Darian, how are you doing?
I'm using
Darren
the
has
dash
his
for that one.
has his hand in his gut and then puts it up to his nose. Not very good. It hurts a lot, and oh god, this smells so bad. What was in those things?
Death.
Yeah, I feels like I got bitten by a whole heaping bag of death right now. Oh god.
Can you? Are you good to walk? Are you good to move, Darian?
Yeah, no, he mostly got what looks like, I would assume, I'm not a doctor, but a piece of my liver. I don't need much of that, right? Like, got a tiny bit left, I should be fine, right?
I can burn it shut for now.
Maybe I'll just keep holding it for right now. Maybe once we get inside, I could, start actually feeling how bad this terribly hurts, which right now it feels like really bad. But inside it's probably going to feel worse. Yeah, definitely worse.
Shit. My spell ran out.
Should we head inside? Get out of this
Yes.
street?
Yeah. Can you have the owl watch to see if anyone leaves?
I'll look at the owl and communicate a need to have him watch for any humans who aren't us leaving the building, and then make rack.
It nods. It nods in understanding.
All right. I think it should work.
Alex, come near Darian for a second.
Yeah, what's up?
Put the torch near him. We need to stop the bleeding, Darian.
Oh shit, dude. He bit you good.
Yeah, he bit you pretty good too, Alex.
Hannah almost shoves a bag into his mouth to bite on this, and then uses control flames to try and staunch them.
I'm feeling good about this.
And I'm going to peek my head in.
So there's currently a door right there.
I'm going to open the door.
Watch him, Alex.
The knob rotates, but it does not move.
November, move. Let me do this.
Okay.
What are we doing,
Trying to open the lock or open the door, whatever's locking it and keeping it closed, if it is a mechanical thing.
So you get in, your Tinker's tools open up and go inside quite deftly, disengage essentially everything on the inside. The doorknob almost essentially falls off quite silently, but the door is still stuck. There is something blocking it on the inside. Give me a survival. Give me a survival check at advantage. This is. It is definitely secured, probably with a nailed up board or something like that from the inside. You're pretty confident based on the streaks on the door itself, that this is somebody barricading the door, probably recently.
Alex is gonna go up to the door and kind of push. All right, I got this.
Wait, Bobby, can you squeeze through and see if it's just, easy to come off on your side?
I can see.
Do the spider thing again.
Oh, can I actually shapeshift while I have Call the Wild active?
yes, you can burn another wild shape to shapeshift while it's active.
If I do, I won't be able to do much more for the rest of the day. Do you
Just a
think
board.
this is...
Maybe not. Maybe we just break it down.
Yeah, I got it.
If Alex is going to force this, I'll help. Based on what I think it's boarded up with, would pulling or pushing be more effective? If it's nailed up on the other side, trying to pull might be.
Pulling would be moving against the actual mechanism of the door, so you'd be fighting against like if it's nailed into the door at all, you'd be fighting against that and the actual hinges. So pushing would actually be more useful in this scenario.
Okay.
Yeah, Alex is gonna take a few steps back and slam the kind of the back of his shoulder into the door, like right above where the doorknob.
And just to help you out, I will go ahead and roll your athletics for that. Hannah was helping, and it would have been an advantage. Doesn't change anything there. So Alex takes like 2 big steps forward, heavy shoulder into the door. Funk. It moves. Some of the soot falls off. A couple of pieces of wood splinter, but the door doesn't come off all the way. It doesn't break or anything. Pretty heavy barricade on the other side. Quite a loud pop. Actually, give me 1 second before we progress. All right, continue.
Do you want me to take that down?
If you think you can. You two working together, maybe.
Are you all right to do that?
Yeah. I can definitely give it a try.
Quickly.
Just get
I'll
out
help
of the
you out.
door.
We do have a light on.
Yep. I'm hurrying, Professor. So I will, like, for the middle of the street, just run up to the door and then just drop kick it.
Athletics.
Is Alex helping you, or?
Yes.
Okay.
Athletics at advantage. Spectacular. Okay, so Darian comes up. Alex gives like a kind of push as he runs by and then puts a foot into the door as well. Darian does this like kind of jump, knees, and like whole lower leg into the door. The door splinters, breaks. The barricade on the other side, which turns out it was a piece of like a couple pieces of wood, just ramshackle attached, like with nails or pieces of metal that they had driven through into the walls. But it all splinters and comes down. Let me transition us here to the next map. 1 second. All right, y'all can go ahead and bring your characters onto the map into this zone here. This is the street just as the door opens. Pardon the minor theater of the mind here. Door is broken open, so I will be able to... I'll bring Darian over so he can actually see. There we go. Oh, and I'll bring Alex in as well, so Allie does not have to try and do that. Bang. All right. Give me 1 second. I'll give you the areas that you can see inside. All right, there we go. So it's a pretty unassuming little house. Little bits of debris here and there, a bunch of splintered wood pieces and door, and a couple of pieces of just like small rusted metal. This over here is a what is left of like a kitchen countertop. The metal and stuff from the stove and all that is gone. It's just like pieces of wood. It looks like this is probably where the wood came from that they used to put up the door. And then there is a wall right here, just a small wall. It's got a couple of holes punched in it. You can see like the joists and the fiberglass, like the fiberglass insulation, things like that.
Hannah, perhaps you could fix the lock on the door.
I'm pretty sure I broke that door.
Well, grab some wood then, Hannah. I'm sure she can figure it out. She's very smart.
I'm assuming it's been long enough my pass without trace has ended, correct?
Correct. And everybody can see everything. I'm not going to worry about putting the torch on. This area is small enough that it doesn't matter.
Alex, Doctor, get in.
We can move the fridge in front of the door.
There is no refrigerator, no other appliances. The only thing that's here is this. There's a very heavy stone bookshelf. It almost looks like it's made out of the same like cement that you would put in the like in a floor.
There's no stairs going upstairs?
Not from what you guys... Oh, I did not see the doctor had moved up there. Or, November, excuse me, the professor. That's my one for the day. Luckily, it was not at anything important. So there is a staircase at the back right corner here behind this wall.
I'll go right to the bookcase. Are there books?
There are not. It is just a stone bookcase.
Not even a phone book.
Give me a investigation. Pretty unassuming. Stone is cold. Yeah, and there's nothing on the bookcase.
Not even a phone book.
Did it come off of the wall so we can push it against the door? Or investigate what's behind it?
We should check upstairs first. Hannah's going to silently move upstairs looking for any kind of warning system they might have implemented on the stairs or anywhere she goes, and going to be learning her lesson and looking around her before every step that she takes.
Alex will follow Hannah.
Stealth?
Please.
And perception?
Please. Nothing looks out of place. Let's see. Staircase right there. The rest of it going up, like it bends up and around. Yep, and then you'll be able to see door at the end of the hall. Give me one more stealth. Okay. How far up the staircase are you moving?
It depends. I'm just holding them to see if anyone else moves, so that if initiative happens, people aren't in the position they want.
Sure. So while Hannah's moving up the staircase slowly and somewhat stealthily, what are the rest of you doing?
Noticing Hannah moving silently, I realized, wait a second, we came here to sneak up on people. I should probably be quiet too.
Alex,
Other than that, I'm going to pull out a cigarette.
I'm just going to check around the bookcase.
Alex is
Investigation.
going to follow Hannah up the step.
Yep, I have you on the landing, kind of on the turn right before you go around, just so you're not crowding her. Doctor, so you're doing some investigation here. The stone bookcase, there is it's very unassuming, except you notice that there's no dust on it, which is weird. Either somebody cleaned it or something else has happened. Give me one more investigation as well, this time an advantage because you're noticing stuff is a little off here. Okay, so you continue kind of looking, crevices and stuff like that. The light from Alex's torch still radiating through. There's a very thin, like billet of metal on the right side that looks like it's on a slide that could be pushed towards the back wall. You do anything else?
No, I'm just gonna ponder that for a little bit.
Okay.
Actually, he'll call November over to take a look as well.
So Professor November, are you headed back over to the shelf? Graham?
I'm sorry, I stepped away because my cat was attacking my wife's bedroom door.
Cat aggro. So the doctor has found a little metal billet on a slide, kind of hidden in the bookshelf, and he has called you over to look at it.
Oh, I'm gonna come look at it. Can I reinvestigate it from like a is there anything attached to it type thing?
Investigation at advantage. So you see the billet, you see the slides, and you see at the very end there's just a little hook, like a little piece kind of carved out of the billet that looks like it would engage a set of tumblers. So this is essentially a switch of some kind.
Huh. Well, it is most certainly a switch doctor. But I don't know what it switches or what it indicates, but I wouldn't expect it to be an alarm. Why have a hidden switch for an alarm? Perhaps it opens something. Maybe a secret path. Oh, maybe a safe. Let's most definitely let's flip it. And I flip it.
So, speaking, but without offering any chance of reaction, just as Minerva's match connects with the cigarette, everybody can kind of smell the smoke that just emanates. There is everybody hears kind of a just shh, and there's a clicking sound, and the bookcase slides to the side, revealing a ladder where that X is. So there's a hole in the ground and a ladder just big enough for people to crawl down like single file. It's 3.5 feet, 4 feet wide. It'd be a little bit of a squeeze for Darian, but everybody could get down it pretty easily.
A secret ladder.
Recalling my experience in Remy's brain, does any of this seem familiar?
It does not.
Okay.
After you, Professor.
Oh, don't mind if I do.
And I will get on the ladder. Is it dark down there?
There's some of the light from the torch kind of going down, but because Alex is like halfway up the stairs and is kind of stopped and looking over, you can only see about 5 feet down. And beyond that is black. And since you don't have dark vision, you wouldn't be able to see beyond that.
Minerva looks up at the ceiling and goes, "Does anyone else hear that?"
Perception checks for everybody except for Hannah and Alex. Doctor, yours will be at disadvantage. Or excuse me, Professor, yours will be at disadvantage. Darian hears it.
I thought you said one.
Sorry, what?
I thought you said one.
One what?
You missaid his name.
Oh, yeah, fair. I don't remember it happening. I didn't actually misspeak, so it didn't happen.
We have a VOD for this.
I can edit the VOD?
Yeah.
All right. So no Alex, no Hannah. Minerva doesn't need to roll. So everybody except the professor stops and listens, and you hear rustling on the above you around this area over here, but obviously coming from the floor above, not like just on the ceiling or anything. It's very minute rustling, but it is audible with the stop and kind of ear lean.
I'm going to quickly walk over to the stairs, and I still see them walking up it, right?
You see Alex, Hannah's gone around the bend. There's just like a loop back, so you might be able to see if she's like poking her head over the banister, but you can't see her completely.
I'm going to do a stage whisper to Alex. Alex, I hear noises from the ceiling in the other room upstairs. Be careful.
Yeah, all right.
Somebody should tell Hannah we found a secret ladder. Darian, I think you should probably go down there.
All right. Like, you don't think this connects to the subways, right?
God, I hope not.
Yeah, I really hope not as well. Like, 100%. If you even think that might be a possibility, I kind of don't want to go first.
I kind of can't see very far down there.
Neither can I.
I can see. Let me go. Get up.
Oh.
After you, Doctor.
Darian, can you just block that door with some of that spare wood over there, you think?
I could try and push some of those rotted out cabinets in front of it.
Yeah.
Yo, Hannah.
What?
They found some secret door shit with in the floor or some downstairs.
There's no dust up here, though. Why are they going down? They're probably up here.
I don't know. Yo, Darian.
What do I see when I go down?
All right, so the doctor is headed down. Let me reveal. Since you can see everything, you'll be able to see. So at the top of the ladder, and you look down, you see there is a switch on the wall here. It's like a lever. And there is a large, what looks like black metal, probably wrought iron, safe in the back corner. And there's what looks like a collapsed doorway or something on this south wall.
So I'm sorry. Where am I? I'm just gonna put myself on. Is it the X or the blue?
The X is the ladder. So if you're going down, you would be there.
All right, I'm still on the ladder.
Okay.
So can you just explain one more time?
Yeah, sure. So from the ladder, so you're like on the ladder, 2 or 3 feet above the ground. It's 10 feet down. So that first 5 feet are nothing, and then you see obviously the rest of the room. There is a lever sticking out of the wall here. There is a black metal safe, or at least a black metal large box, like 6 feet tall in this corner. And then what looks like it's a collapsed bunch of stone and stuff. Looks like it may have been a doorway or something like that over here. Nothing else in the room. You see in shades. So yeah, you see nothing else.
Okay, and I know we're coming for a safe, right?
That
Just
was
making
indeed
sure.
discussed by everybody, yes.
Okay. Yeah, he'll climb all the way down, and he'll walk over to this.
Hold on for me 1 second. So the moment you hit the ground at the base of the ladder, I need you to make a dexterity save. Excuse me. So you feel it. You hear the click, and you feel okay. So you'll kind of heft yourself back up off the ground pretty quickly. You only take half damage from this. So you feel a click, or you hear a click, and you feel the fishing line on the bottom of your foot as you cross that last rung of the ladder. You're quick enough to react to save yourself, but you weren't quick enough to see it before you hit it. So you'll take 7 fire damage as, excuse me, as the fishing line. Yeah, you'll take half that, so you'll take 4. So as the fishing line depresses and you hear the click, you see behind the ladder is a bottle, like a wine bottle, that has been corked, and there is around the cork is just a little piece of metal, and there's just a tiny chunk of flint. So as the cork is pulled out, the metal strikes against the flint. It sends off this like ring of sparks, and the liquid that pours out of the wine bottle ignites around your feet. You're able to get your feet up off the ground, so you only have like minor burns and stuff. But there's now this like burning fire right below your feet. Just a static fire on the ground. November, you would see the glow coming up from beneath. Minerva, you'd probably see it as well. Darian is investigating this other stuff, so he doesn't see anything.
Are you okay?
Yes, I'm fine. Does it look like it's burning anything, or is it gonna like what's keeping it alight?
You're a pretty knowledgeable guy, and you've smelled gasoline before. It was just full of like a gasoline mixture. If left to burn, it would burn out pretty quickly. You could probably just stamp it out as well. It's just a catalyst, not a lot of material to burn.
Okay, so he'll just let it burn out.
Only takes about 10 seconds of sitting there. While you're letting it burn out, Darian, give me an investigation check while you dig through the scavenged kitchenette. You don't find anything that you can pull off that's large enough to block the door. You could probably pile some debris in front of it, but between the splintered door and not much left here that isn't like rotted out or gone, there's not a lot going on for you.
The professor told me to block the door, so I guess I'll just start hauling rubble in front of the door.
Give me an athletics and a survival, one after the other.
Athletics and survival, said?
Yes, sir. So you think you could probably pull large sections of like the drywall off of this divider wall here. But you get a fair amount of wood and you put like a 3-foot pile of it in front of the door currently. Okay. So people could see over it, but nobody could come in easily unless they like pushed it out of the way.
Sounds good. I would go back towards the professor.
Doctor, the fire burns out.
All right, he'll step down, being a little bit more careful as he walks over towards the safe.
I'll also climb down the ladder now.
Okay.
Fire! There's fires!
Why are we splitting up? Where are you going? Hold on!
Ah, it's dark down here.
Just gonna start feeling along the wall.
I think I found the safe. Oh, wait. Something happened.
Yep. Hannah, you're at the top of the stairs, but not all the way, correct? That's how I'm assuming you're placed on the map.
Yeah, from my perspective, she's up high enough on the stairs that she could see enough to investigate to see if there are any tracks or anything, but not fully up the stairs.
You have +4 AC on this, and it's at disadvantage. That's why there's 2. So everybody hears this. Hannah witnesses it. So from behind the door, slightly muffled, relatively thick door. Fuck off! And a shotgun blast just crashes through the door. Splinters of wood, pellets come towards you. Remember, you have +4 AC. This is at disadvantage, so I'm taking the lowest one. A 6 does not garner anything. No other targets that it could hit for the fail rule. So a shotgun blast echoes out through this townhouse kind of
Guns
area.
don't jam on a negative or now.
Hold on, let me double check our custom rules. This is the first true gunshot that matters. The only one I've got is a critical failure on an archaic would explode in the wielder's hands. This is not an archaic.
Okay.
All right. So pellets pepper the wall, like the wall above you, the wall behind you. Definitely heavy gauge buckshot. This is 10-ball buckshot, which is quite devastating. It's a combat round. Let's go ahead and get into initiative because stuff matters here.
Only fools go upstairs.
When there's secret ladders to be found.
I will help out Alex and roll for you.
Thank you.
No problem. Look, we're all a team here. Minerva, standard combat stuff going on. You just heard this shotgun blast echo out.
From upstairs or downstairs? Because I'm not sure where it is.
You're pretty old. Go ahead and just give me an intelligence check or wisdom check. Excuse me, at advantage. Oh, you're absolutely sure it was from above you, like almost directly above you, actually.
I want to look at the floorboards above me.
Well, it is a ceiling above you, just a standard like popcorn ceiling, probably put in the 60s or 70s.
What happens if I cast spike growth on the ceiling?
To punch? Are you talking about trying to like punch up through it?
Yes. Is that possible?
If you've got spell descriptions, hit it for me so I can double check and I can give an ad hoc ruling. You don't think it would punch through the ceiling? If something was walking on the ceiling, you'd be able to slow it down, but without knowing how thick the ceiling is before it gets to the floor of the next floor, you are not confident that it would be worthwhile to use up a resource like this.
Okay. Then what I would like to do is load a stone in the sling, run up the stairs past Alex to here. Can I see him?
Over Hannah's shoulder kind of deal?
Yeah.
You can see holes in the door and some stuff moving around behind the door, but you can't make it. Like, they're just small. Like, there's just maybe a softball-sized hole where the buckshot punched through the door.
All right, then I'm just gonna duck back around now that I've scoped out the lay of the land and know what's there. And I'm gonna try and think about how I could possibly go out from underneath. Like, think outside the box. And that's what I'm gonna spend my turn doing. Just think out of character, thinking about that.
Sure. You can. I'll let you ready an action if you'd like while you're thinking.
Sure. If he comes downstairs somehow, I will pelt him with a rock.
Makes sense to me. Always good to have even the most wild chance of something happening. You have it covered now. Darian heard a shotgun blast. Also saw the flicker of flames up the ladder. Interesting position.
I didn't hear any screaming downstairs though, did I?
A little bit of struggle, but then the professor followed the doctor down at the doctor's request, so you know that they're both at least alive and mostly unscathed.
Hearing the screaming upstairs, though, I will bolt then upstairs. Just kind of pushing past Minerva and Alex. Out of my way! Out of my way! So it would take me 15 to get there. Do I have half movement running through them?
Yes. Oh, wait, no. For friendlies, for friendlies, you do have half. My bad.
Okay, so I will take the dash action then to get up right kind of behind Hannah. Is Hannah laying down at the stairs, or what is she doing?
It's kind of like she's like 4 or 5 steps below on her knees, with her head poked up over the landing.
Okay, so I probably have about 10 feet left. I'll go up behind Hannah and go, what's going on? What are we doing here?
We found them. They fired at me. I'm probably going downstairs.
Okay. Okay, then. And I will just can't make it back down the stairs, so I'm just going to stand here, I guess.
All right. Professor November, you're in this room here. You have dark vision. Oh, no, the doctor is
Nope,
the one with dark vision.
I don't. But
yeah,
I
there's
did
no
hear
light.
his voice, and he said he thinks he found the safe.
Yes. So you can't see anything. It smells pretty bad down here, but it's pitch black.
Okay, so I'm gonna just walk towards his voice. Can I see him and the safe and?
So it is pitch black. You don't see anything, but you kind of bump into him, and then with your hands out, you do touch the cold metal corner of the safe.
Here's what I'll do. I will grab a torch out of my bag and use prestidigitation to light it.
The room is full of light. So the two of you, the room, there are scorch marks and stuff underneath the ladder where the fire obviously was. Professor November, you now see the latch, or this like lever on the wall here, the collapsed rock doorway here, the safe. There are blood stains on the floor. There's no viscera or anything like that, and it's almost the same color as the floor, which is why, Doctor, you did not see it with your dark vision. But there are blood stains all over the floor. November, give me a wisdom save, or just wisdom check, at advantage. This room is wildly familiar. This is absolutely the room where Remy was cowering in the corner. He was cowering here while he watched his friend get consumed where you two are standing. And it all comes kind of, your perspective like kind of snaps into place. Didn't take an action or anything, but this room you absolutely recognize.
This is it. This is the room. Yes, this was where Remy was. And that was a gunshot. So quickly, let's see if we can open this up. Maybe there's an armor or a gun.
And I will try to open the safe.
Yeah, a bonus action you would be able to do that if it's open. You reach across like in front of the doctor as you're saying that, and yank on the handle. It's not even locked. The safe actually opens up, and it is empty.
Okay, and then I will
empty. See if there's a false latch.
What about that lever?
You won't
Perhaps
have
you
enough
should pull it.
And that's my movements. 5, 10, 15, 20. I'm out of time.
Alex.
Alex is gonna shout up the stairs, "Sorry!" to the guy who, and then go a few steps up and try to grab Hannah's elbow and sort of drag her back down the steps with him.
All right. So moving up and then a hold action to try and move down with Hannah, correct?
Yes.
All right. So Hannah is now ducked down. We'll give this is a full cover, so it'll be disadvantage on you. Already at disadvantage. So if it would hit, I will roll again to see if it actually hits. So it'll be a first attack will be at disadvantage, which is 2 attacks. So I'm taking the lowest. If the lowest one connects, I'll roll one more time to see if it actually connects. Fair?
I thought full cover was just plus the 4 AC from last time.
Yeah. But because you're ducked down further, I'm giving you a little bit of a bonus.
Oh, okay. Yeah, sure.
Yep. All right. So this is disadvantage. 8 would not hit you. Alex is not the one trying to attack you. All right. So 8 doesn't hit, so I do not need to roll the other one. So another shotgun blast resonates out. All the pellets just kind of travel just over your head. Darian, you're low enough down that you're not even at risk. Wall behind you. Heavy combat round. You can, you've heard gunshots sometimes in the past. This is very loud, very strong. Right after the shotgun blast comes through, you hear, "If you ain't dead, fucking leave!" And that is all. Doctor.
He'll walk over to the lever. Well, actually, no. He'll see if there's any like false, like backings or something like that to the safe.
Sure. Because it's only a bonus action to pull a lever, and it's an action to investigate. So you can investigate, move, and still be able to pull a lever if you so choose. So give me an investigation. This safe is bare, and there's no levers, no latches, no hidden compartments, nothing like that you find at all.
Okay. Then he'll go pull the lever.
That's the crumbled wall. The blue dot is the lever on the wall.
Oh,
there.
even better. Then he'll get up a little bit on the ladder and pull the.
All right. The lever is pulled. Minerva and Alex would see it. Darian and maybe Hannah would hear it, but the bookcase slides back in place over the ladder. There's a light downstairs, so everything is still bathed in light in the basement level. But you still have some movement left, Doc. What are you doing?
Anything new that I can see now that there's a light? I mean, I know I had dark vision, but now that I have color, I guess I see the blood.
Yes, you do see the blood. The bottle is indeed a wine bottle, bright green glass. You do see the fishing line and the cork with the piece of metal wrapped around it. The makeshift trap.
Okay, he'll head up the ladder with the rest of his movement as much as he can.
You get to the top of the ladder and have to stop because there is a stone bookcase in your way. Hannah.
So am I able to see more than just the hallway?
So you can see this is a doorway with no door into a room, so you can kind of see just into that room, and then down this hall. Let me reveal a little bit more. It looks like there is another open doorway and a wall. Unless my visual physics, my vectors are wrong, that would be all you could see currently.
Okay, if she poked her head up to look further over here, using like 5-foot movement.
Looks like just an empty room so far. I can probably give you this much. Like that.
Okay. Hannah's gonna make her way down. She'll only make it. She'll have to dash to get all the way down. So she's gonna end up over here. And as she passes, so that Darian, Alex, and Minerva can hear her, they're held up in the room at the far end of the hallway. However, I might be able to blow the floor from under them. I also might be able to stop them from firing, but they have guns, so we would have to be ready if we're going to blow the floor out from under them. And that's her turn.
Minerva.
Where did they go? What happened here? I never saw the switch, so should I roll investigate?
Yes. We're looking for not a 1. So you're like frantically searching. It's just a stone bookcase. It's just a stone bookcase.
Oh, I knew they shouldn't have gone down there.
You still have some movement and a bonus action of any kind if you would like to take it.
Just in case, I'm gonna shillelagh my cane, and then start banging the bookcase with it. That doesn't do anything. It's just flavor.
Obviously, clack clack clack. All right, Darian.
Darian will. Darian will just head down the stairs following Hannah because she has a plan. So he will go here, and he is looking at the roof as he's like running down the stairs, seeing if he can see anything, kind of where the room was.
All right, November.
So the doctor's just on the ladder, so I'll push the lever with my free action.
It's a bonus action, but yeah. So you push the lever back up. Yeah. So you push the lever back up, and the bookcase slides across the floor.
And then I'm going to investigate the rubble.
Investigation. So you know everything. So this is, looks like it was indeed like an emergency exit, like a safe room exit. If they had to hide in here, obviously of like police design or something like that. But somebody has blown it up and collapsed it. You can see the scorch marks from a relatively strong explosion. It has been a while since something actually blew it up, but the scorch marks still persist. But it was blown up long before you guys got here, long before Remy got here, probably even.
Okay, so old. And then that was 5 feet, 10 feet, 15 feet, 20 feet, and then I'll try to climb up as much as I can.
Yeah, you're right behind the doctor. Alex.
Alex is gonna follow Hannah down the stairs and sorry, he's gonna go down the stairs and stick his head over the hole and say, "Guys, come on, let's go."
As you poke your head over, you're almost like talking right into the doctor's face. But yeah, you get that out. You still have an action if you'd like to use that as well.
I'm going to ready an action. If these guys fall through the floor, he's going to go up and hit them with his warhammers.
All right. Let's see. A 1 is another hallway shot. A 2 is a floor shot. Another hallway shot. So another shotgun blast rings out upstairs, and you hear the pellets hit against the wall, the back wall of the staircase over here. But nothing else. Doctor, you're staring Alex in the face.
Move aside. I need to get up. Acting as if nothing's out of the ordinary.
So you make it to the top of the ladder. Alex kind of leans back a little bit.
What's all that ruckus going on upstairs?
They have guns. They're firing at us. I'm gonna blow the floor from underneath them, and then we can attack.
Well, that explains why the gun safe downstairs was empty.
Just get off the ladder. I want to come up.
I'll move the trap so the professor can come up.
All right. So you're moving up and out. You can move yourself wherever you'd like. Hannah Hirschhorn.
Hannah's gonna put herself so she can see the ceiling at a point where she thinks the people are, so maybe like there. And she's gonna ready casting Shatter on the ceiling, centered on the ceiling. Ready yourselves.
So charging up a shatter, pointed on the ceiling. You said in this general area right here.
Yeah. Don't go directly underneath it. Stay, 20, 30 feet back.
Minerva.
She will back up. She's standing above the hole, I guess. I'm assuming it's not the whole square.
Yeah, it's quite small. Like I said, less than 4 feet. It's enough that you'd have to squeeze through. So you're standing just above the hole. You can see November coming up the ladder.
Oh, well, I'll make room for him to come up. But I'm also readying a stone in the sling for when someone falls through the ceiling.
All right, ready in the sling.
Or
Darian.
if I could see someone through the hole.
Oh, of course, yeah. Anytime you see an enemy.
Darian will get his javelin ready to see anybody falling through the roof.
November.
I'm gonna climb up the ladder. Excuse me, Minerva.
Of course.
Yeah, so they collapsed an emergency exit down there long before Remy, but definitely that was the room down there where Remy saw his friends get eaten. Yep. What's going on up here? Who's shooting? And that's my turn.
Yep.
I'll take the dodge action.
Taking the dodge action. As November kind of hunkers down a little bit. Alex, your turn.
Alex is kind of just going to stay where he is. Yeah, not doing much right now.
All right. Hannah, you're ready. Will go off, it sounds like.
Not sure if the doctor has ready.
Well, that's true. Yeah, you did go before you did go after the doctor's last turn, so we'll get there first. Okay, so Alex stands back. This goes off, so 3 shots. Okay. So there is a brief moment of silence, and you hear no, and then there's another gunshot. Some of the pellets come through the ground over here and like scatter against this wall, and after about a second some blood and stuff drip, and you hear heavy shuffling and talking, and then you can hear Minerva's owl outside squawking very loud.
They're fleeing. Sorry, they are fleeing. She doesn't use contractions.
The doctor.
I'll cover the stairs just in case.
Then Shatter goes off.
Now the shatter goes off. Yep. So shatter. Go ahead and roll it.
I was just going to say that I'm readying to swing at someone if they come within range down the stairs.
Melee swing? All right. Yeah, sorry about that. I didn't mean to take away that action.
That was my fault, my bad.
All right. So a shatter goes off.
Sorry, only one.
Only the first one.
Yeah. But I don't know why it didn't. Oh, it did roll damage. Okay.
All right. So chunks of the ceiling fall down, and there is a hole where in the space that the X is going up into the next floor. The floor is about 2.5, 3 feet thick between ceiling and floor. The light from Alex's torch is moving up. You can see up that way. Strong smell Oh, actually, right there. No. Okay.
No one falls through.
No one falls through. How big of an area does shatter affect? Is it 10 feet?
30 feet.
Oh, 30 feet.
Oh, wait, no, sorry. 10-foot radius, my bad.
Okay. That's what I
That's 20 feet
thought.
then, right?
Yeah, so it's
Yeah.
20 feet, so this whole thing.
Maybe it fucks up our little blocker.
Give me. I had it up on the ceiling, so give me a D. 1, 2, 3. We said 10-foot radius. So give me a D8. We'll see how many. So 2. So a 1 is this square, and then an 8 is this square. Two of sections of the ceiling are going to collapse completely. So roll 2 more D8s, and we'll see which one. So it's 1, and then left to right to 8 here. A 3 and a 2. So 1, 2, and 3. And this one actually will do it. So red X's are now holes in the ceiling. I'm going to go down the list. Minerva, what was the wording on your ready action? You said you're ready to sling at anyone that falls through the ceiling, correct?
Yeah, or anyone in sight, sorry.
Yeah, no, it's okay. So yours will trigger. Darian, you had a javelin with the same stipulations. Anybody comes through the ceiling?
Yep.
And November, did you have one as well? Or no, you were
No,
taking
I
a dodge.
was dodge action.
And then Alex, you had a melee ready, correct?
Yes.
All right, so it'll just be it'll just be, and the doctor had a melee ready as well. I did remember that. So this will be Minerva and Darian. A form drops through the ceiling. Darian's javelin connects as it falls.
Did mine hit?
I didn't see yours. Yours also hits, yes. No, it only hits on even numbers.
Oh, damn.
One moment. All right, so a form falls through the ceiling right here. The form is headless. It takes a javelin to the body and a stone to the body as it impacts the ground with a heavy thud, followed by blood and pieces of the head that fall through. So the doctor had readied, and that's when Hannah's ready went off. Hannah, is now your turn proper.
Does this form look alive?
It does not have a head.
Oh, yes, you said that. Okay. Fuck! She's gonna run, poke her head out through the doorway. Does she see anyone?
She does not.
Fuck! The roof! They might have got on the roof. If she doesn't see anyone, she will step out to look for the owl.
All right. The owl is still. You look up, and the owl is still sitting on the roof, which is right above you. Give me 1 second.
So looking a specific way.
That is what I was going to give you. Measuring tool. So the owl is sitting up here and is looking this direction. Can you see the end of the arrow?
I can.
There we go. That.
Hannah points back that way. Your owl's looking that way, Bobby. But that's all she can do. Oh, wait, no, I haven't. That was just a move. Yeah, and... Oh, no. Yeah, she'd step outside fully, so I don't know how you want to do that, but she thinks they're on the roof. So she wants to circle around the block. So she'd be going that way with a dash.
Yeah. So the building ends. Give me 1 second. I can give you this. Black. So the building goes to like right there. That's the edge of the building. There was one more unit that had an open, just an open door. I guess that door frame will be here, and then the edge of the building is off the map, right next to where that black is there.
So she can dash towards the edge, but she doesn't go around just yet.
All right. And that would be the end of your actions, correct?
Yeah.
Minerva.
Cool. I am going to run outside. I guess I have to dash outside, actually.
Makes sense.
Do I see them too? Or the owl?
You do see the owl, but you don't see any people.
Well, I'm going to tell the owl to follow them so we can follow the owl.
All right. At the beginning of before your next action, it will take its action. Darian.
Darian with Hannah telling. Maybe try and catch up with Hannah.
Getting out, meeting up with Hannah. Anything else?
No, that's it.
All right. Professor November.
Was there a fire escape on this building that he remembers?
There was on the side of the building and on the back, but not any on this floor.
Okay. So in his mind, go to the top of the roof. Go up. Makes sense.
They're upstairs. If they're on the roof, why go out the building?
10, 15, 20, 25. I don't know if that brings me here at 25.
That would be 30, so it's 5 feet
30.
to turn around that corner. Yep.
35, 40, 45. Or is this the door?
Yeah, that is a door with a hole in it. This was just an open door into an empty room.
Okay, and there's no windows in here?
Nope, you're in a central unit, so no windows.
So that's 45. 50. And if I do 55 right here, can I peek through a door? The holes?
Yeah, you could stick your face up against the hole if you want to.
He looks. I still have my 5 feet left of movement, but yes, he's gonna look.
All right, so you peek your way in. You can see about like that, and you don't see anything. There is I'll give you this here. There is a window here, but it is blocked up just with like pieces of trash bag and newspaper that have been kind of just stuck to the wall with random bits of who knows what, or stuck to the window with random bits of who knows what. The glass is gone because you can see it kind of flapping a little bit, but it's enough where nobody could see in or out.
Okay, then I will tuck in here. He's gonna press right up against the wall.
Just another empty room here.
That's my turn.
Alex.
Alex is going to go investigate this body. I'm specifically looking for, does it look like this body shot itself?
Sure.
And also, is there any food? But mostly, did it shoot itself?
Yeah. You're more concerned about the body, but Alex has always got ulterior motivations in the form of sustenance. Go ahead. I will roll an investigation for you.
Thank you.
That is Alex's investigation. And I'm also going to roll a wisdom check for you as well. One moment. It does not look like the body shot itself, and it is pretty bare bones, doesn't have anything on it. Just like a ratty t-shirt, and some like burlap pants. It's not too dirty or anything like that, but there's no head and no pack, no nothing like that. You like just check the pockets to see if there's anything. 1 second. Give me a D12. Or actually, I'll tell you what, I'll help you out with that. I know it's hard. I got the D12 for you, don't worry. Oh, you got it. Look at that. We'll take the 7. That multi-click from mobile is tough. You do find... a white stick. You think maybe at first it's a cigarette, but it's very hard. You're not dumb as a box of hammers completely. This is a stick of chalk.
I'll stick that in my pocket and use the rest of my movement speed to follow Hannah.
All right. So the old swoopy doop getting out into... That's probably as far as you can get. So you get out the door, you can see Hannah like right at the corner of the building. Darian's right there with him or with her, and then Minerva is coming up on the rear, kind of looking up towards the top of the building. Jeez. All right. So from around the corner, Darian and Hannah would see it. Minerva would hear it. Alex has no idea what's going on. But tink, 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 as a canister bounces out from around the side of the building. You hear footfalls running down. But I need a Constitution save from Hannah and Darian and Minerva. 16s is what we're looking for. Hannah passes. Darian passes. Minerva does not.
Oh no, I'm dead.
All right, so Hannah and Darian. You're able to cover mostly. You will not be deaf. You are only blind. Minerva is blind and deaf for the next 6 rounds. As a flashbang grenade goes off. Darian and Hannah are not deafened, but will be blind for 2 rounds, so the next 12 seconds. So this canister comes bouncing down. Minerva, you hear like the tink, 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 but Hannah and Darian both see it. They're able to kind of cover, they're able to kind of cover up some, hands kind of in the crook of their elbows, and are only mildly struck by it. Minerva, you get a full face of phosphorus light and loud bang. Your eardrums are just ringing. So it's not that you're deaf. You can hear nothing. All you can hear is this like loud ringing. And you're blind as well. Bright white, like spotty blindness, not black blindness. Doctor.
How loud was that?
Quite loud. You heard it. And you may have seen some of the shadow, like the shadow from Alex, extend across the entirety of the room when it goes off, but it's not enough to affect you. But you definitely did see it go off and hear it.
All right. He'll try and get a better vantage point by going upstairs and seeing if there's a window that he can look out of.
So you get up the stairs and you can see the shadow of the doctor in this other room just a little bit, and then the hole in the... Golly, man, it's a bad day for me. Professor November. I just should say November instead of his title. But he deserves respect as well. And then the hole in the door, and you can see through that and see a little bit as well. Anything else?
What do I see out in the street? Or I can't see too much.
Yeah, you from the hole through the door, you can't see through the window.
Okay. He'll remember. Did you hear that? It's a bright light.
Maybe it's one of those um breaching grenade things that cops throw at protesters.
We should probably go help them.
Well, these things are on the roof.
All right, after them then. And that'll be his turn.
All right. Hannah, blind but not deaf this turn.
She takes the dodge action and just curses. Does nothing else. Doesn't move around the corner. Just stays where she is, hugged against the building.
All right, so just crouching down behind that. So dodge action.
Yeah, dodge action.
All right. Minerva, blind and deaf.
I am going to call the owl to my shoulder and have him guide me.
Yep. So it goes to fly off, and you yell out or call out for it, and it swoops back around and comes towards you. So it'll be on your shoulder at the beginning of the next turn.
All right.
Darian, blind but not deaf.
Yeah, I'm just taking shoring up on my shield and trying to kind of feel around where I could find the corner of the wall, and then taking the dodge action.
Okay, so huddled up like right next to Hannah, finding the edge of the building and taking the dodge action as well.
Yeah.
Professor November.
Okay, so he's got a plan. Is this door locked if he tries to just open it?
Yes.
It is locked?
Yes.
Shit.
Locked is in barricaded. Sorry, not actually locked. This is it's a makeshift door, but it's a solid piece of wood, and it does not move when you touch it.
I'll try fireman's kicking it.
You jam your hip badly. Your old body will take just a point of damage from that.
That's fine.
And I'll call out, Remy, we're here to save you. From the K-lists.
Alex.
Remy.
Alex is gonna run to Minerva and pick her up and throw her over his shoulder and try to get as far back towards the house as he can.
Okay.
Would you fight back against this being blind and deaf, Minerva?
Yes, a little.
All right, I'm gonna roll Alex's athletics check. You can use athletics or acrobatics to not get grabbed.
Acrobatics to me reads like dodging out of the way. Like I'm already grabbed. This is me try to power out of it. So I'm gonna roll athletics, which is my worst.
I'm a fan. Alex cannot get a grip on your writhing form. You're able to break out of the grab as Alex reaches for you. Alex, how do you react to this with your bonus and movement still left?
I'm gonna. Come on. Dang it. Oh, hey, there you are. I'm gonna take another swipe at her. Minerva, it's me.
Who was that?
Come here. And I'm gonna try to
stand back, or I'm not afraid to sick this owl on you.
It's me. It's Alex.
All right. So with your next action, you'll be able to try to do that again, unless you want to action surge to try and do it.
Nah.
All right. Not aware of anything there. The doctor.
Don't think I have anything to. I'll try and kick down the door just like he did.
Athletics. Not as drastic of a failure, but you kind of just bounce off of the door. It flexes in a little and just pushes you back.
Maybe in my younger days. Please open up.
Love his attempt at being persuasive.
Anything else?
No, that's it.
Spectacular. Hannah, blind for this turn.
Same thing as last turn. Dodge action.
Understood. Minerva, blind and deaf, and somebody is attempting to grab you. The owl has just landed on your shoulder.
I'm readying an action. If I'm grabbed again, the owl will attack.
All right.
Also, dodge action.
Yep, that's a bonus command, bonus action command, action to dodge. I love it. Any movement?
No, I don't know where it is, and the owl isn't directing me anymore.
Love it. Oh man. Darian, blind for this turn.
Darren is literally just going ma, 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 trying to get his hearing back to normal again.
Spectacular. November?
This time, I'll open it.
And I'm going to use my athletics check again to shoulder it open.
Shoulder much stronger than the hip. The door flexes, bends, and then just kind of falls over flat onto the floor.
I'm going to say Remy and
Stick my head in.
So there's a couple of holes in the floor and blood, and then there is a hole cut in this wall, actually, right here.
Over here?
Yes, that goes into the next townhouse.
Oh, clever girl. Or clever boys. 5, 10, 15.
And I just want to I don't know if it's a bonus action to just push through this. Like you said, it was a tarp, right? Like a plastic tarp.
Yeah, it's just like pieces of like black trash bag and newspaper. Very easy to just use your hand and move a little bit of it out the way and look out into the street.
Yeah, I want to first just push it so that if somebody's sitting out there with a shotgun, that they, don't shoot my hand off. And then, once it reacts, then if there's no fire, I will stick my head out.
So you can see the first flickering of dawn's early light, but nothing else.
Okay. And then, so that was 5, 10, 15, 20, 25. And that's it. I'm tucked up against this wall.
All right. And Alex, yeah, I mean, you don't know that the bird has the ready to action. Minerva is still kind of in a half-ready stance in front of you. What are you doing?
Can I tell that she is blind and deaf?
Give me. I'm gonna give you a wisdom check at advantage. You've seen people with boxed ears and stuff before, so give me 1 second. This is just reactive. So this is at advantage. Yes. So you can tell that she's not able to see anything because she's moving her head kind of erratically. And the way she was yelling out was more than just yelling. It was I can't hear myself, like if somebody was wearing noise canceling headphones. So you can deduce that she is probably blind and deaf currently.
Okay. He's gonna shout right in her face just in case. Minerva! It's Alex! and then he's gonna take her hand and let her feel like his armor, and then he's gonna grab her.
Minerva, somebody reaches for your hand. How are we appropriating
I think
that?
the owl goes off. Could I do like a dex save to feel like if I succeed, I don't feel the armor? Like I pull away before that?
Oh, of course, yeah. So dexterity save is a phenomenal idea. We'll put it at a 12. So Alex grabs a hold of your hand. You try and pull back, and he presses it against that leather armor that he's got. You can feel like the rivet holes where Hannah had pulled. I mean, you helped where all the armor the metal had been pulled off. Give me a wisdom check at advantage. We're looking for a 13. This is Alex's armor.
All right. Well, the owl definitely goes off.
Yep. So go ahead and roll that. Alex, this will be against your AC. 13.
Does not hit.
The owl rakes its claws across your armor, and it doesn't quite go through, which is good because that's 2d6.
So you feel the armor. Alex is going for the grab now as he's like attacked by this swooping by bird. So I'm going to roll an athletics. You can choose to let it go through or not now that you know this is Alex's armor.
I'll let it go through.
All right, so Alex, you grab Minerva. She is letting this happen.
I'm gonna carry her all the way back to the house and set her down and stand in front of
So you kind of get hefted over the half barricaded door, Minerva. Not that you can see, but you can feel like the movement against like loose rubble and stuff, and then you feel like you get dropped and you are like on your knees and hands on like a laminate floor.
Okay, I stay on the ground.
Stuff happens. It is not feasible for you. I'm going to drop initiative order here. I'm just going to go kind of round robin. Hannah, what are you doing? No longer blind and deaf. Your vision, or never were deaf. Your vision clears up.
She turns the corner and looks frantically around. Sees anyone?
Empty alleyway.
She goes, "Motherfucker!" and casts shatter on the wall on a wall not near the party.
Just a rage cast. So
Yeah.
everybody except for Minerva hears motherfucker. Bricks and stuff kind of fall down and things like that.
And that's all she does. I imagine it as she puts her hands to her head, and then as she brings her arms down really strong, facing the wall, the shatter comes out that way.
Yep, I fully visualize. Darian.
After watching Hannah kind of have her temper tantrum, I would like to try and search to see if I could find any footprints or anything like that.
Survival. So the streets are relatively clear. You do find the sharded remains of the grenade casing, but nothing else.
All right.
Alex.
Alex is gonna again kind of stay where he is. He's gonna he's gonna climb over the barricade and the door and put a hand on Minerva's back. But he's gonna stay pretty undercover.
Minerva's kind of hyperventilating.
Anything else, Minerva? outside of hyperventilating?
Oh, the owl is no longer attacking Alex.
That's positive.
Owl is sticking near me.
And excuse me, Professor November.
I'm going through the hole into the other townhouse.
All right. It is the exact same layout as this one here. 1 second. Just going to move this off. So exact same layout here. Instead of a doorway in this wall, this is a window, and it is open and flapping in the breeze.
Okay. And is there a fire escape if he runs through 5, 10, 15, 20?
This is just a window here. Glass is broken out. There's no cover or anything on it.
Okay. Also look out this one. 5, 10, look out this one. 15, 20, look out that one.
So you look out and you can see the collapsed pieces of brick. You see like Hannah kind of standing there a little bit. Darian looking around some, but nothing else.
I'll call out, they came into this building.
That's my turn.
And the doctor.
He's pretty much just following November. Not really doing anything else specific. Just a kind of buddy system.
Solid play. All right. We'll cut right here. We'll be able to do RP throughout the week. Let's do some experience and wrap this session up. Everybody good with that?
This is a good session.
I
Yeah,
really
man.
enjoyed it as well. Oop. Undo. One moment and I will have your... Oh my gracious. Come on.
I did not expect the passageway into the other townhouse. That was great.
You like that?
Yeah, that was cool.
I thought it was solid as well. If I want to give myself a little credit.
I thought that they were on the fire escape and I was going to jump out and try to thunder wave them off.
Oh, that would have been sweet.
That would have been awesome. I was risking shotgun to the face, but I didn't get there in time.
I'm just finishing the calculations from the...
I bet they hightailed it out of here, and we have to go track them down.
How long do you have that owl?
Only an hour.
Oh, shit.
Yeah, once it gets to level 4, it'll go up to 2 hours. Which we're not too far away.
I haven't played a character without dark vision in so long that I'm like, I'm really happy. Like, it limits so many things. It's really cool.
I'm glad. Oh, sorry, go ahead.
Oh, I was just going to say, I was actually going to ask you about that later. Like, what's it like being a little, having something you're not used to? Because I remember all the characters you played have all had dark vision since I've met you, essentially.
Such a great thing to have.
Emily, what were you saying as this last calculation runs?
Our sneaking out early plan worked pretty well. They were still there. They didn't catch on to us for quite some time.
Yeah. Between y'all's actual solid start of a plan and the luck of the dice, yes, you had them pretty battened down for a little while there. All right. Experiences. So, Dylan, I have you. So everybody gets 234 combat experience. And then there is Dylan, you will have 70 RP experience, bringing your total to 2397. What is level 4?
$2,700, I think.
Okay. Ooh, could be next session. All right. So 2397 is what I have for you, Dylan. Is that matchup?
Yep.
Spectacular. Graham, 234 combat experience, 70 roleplay experience, 2417.
2417. I thought it was 2423, but I must have typed something in wrong. 2417.
24-17. 6 experience different than what you had. Sure, it's
Okay.
something just errant. Emily, 234 combat experience, 70 roleplay experience, 23-63.
My math does the same thing too.
Spectacular. Jeff, 234 combat experience, 53 roleplay experience, 23-18.
Mhm.
Tim, 234 combat experience, 87 roleplay experience, 22-57.
Yep.
And Allie, 234 combat experience, 53 roleplay experience, 22-32.
I didn't do the math, but sounds good to me.
All right. That's all right. That's why I'm doing all this stuff. Close that
Too
one
much
up.
Switzerland.
All right. So, little quick recap. Hannah and Minerva finished the cotter pins to trade and the shield for Darien. Came across 2 giant worms after they left early and decided to flee from that. Shortly after, came across 2 zombos, killed them, took relatively serious amount of damage in that little scuffle, but pressed on, found the police safe house, and were attacked through the closed door. The assailants not only emptied the gun safe, but also got away with the use of a flashbang grenade. And now the party has a forcefully decapitated body inside the townhouse. Minerva is finishing recovering from being blind and deafened from catching the full force of a flashbang grenade. That will conclude session 9. I'll put a block in so we can have roleplay experience or roleplay stuff through the week blocked out. Thank you all for joining us, whether it was live with us on Twitch or in the future on YouTube. Remember, you can always join our Discord, !D&D, in the Twitch chat when you're with us live, or in the description below on YouTube. A big shout out and thanks to Wizards of the Coast for making, I almost said World of Warcraft. Geez, no, something much better than World of Warcraft. Dungeons and Dragons. Thank you to Wizards of the Coast for 5th edition Dungeons and Dragons. Thanks also to Roll20.net, which allows us to play all over the North American continent, no matter how far apart we are, on mobile, which is what Allie played on tonight, to great success, I would say. The rest of us on PCs, I think it was a fantastic game. So thanks to Roll20 for allowing us to do that. You can get your free account at Roll20.net. Max Tunes from TakeTones.com for our music before, in the middle, and in a second when we cut the stream. And finally, InkedGaming.com, where you can play your games with your style. Use the Team Rankstar code TRS12 for 12% off your final purchase. Thank you all, players, viewers, and everybody in between for hanging out with us, and I cannot wait to get to next session. Production can go ahead and kill it, and we'll do a little cooldown at the end.